1, we're live.
Bom dia.
Good morning. My name is Fernando Oliva. I am a curator at MASP. First, I would like to thank you all for attending our seminar on Van Gogh. As we usually do here at the museum, 2 or 3 years ahead, we conduct a preparatory seminar for a future cycle in the near future. So, the stories of madness, this is the topic for 2027 for exhibits, workshops, and other public programs that will be offered by the museum. So in 2027, in addition to a large collective exhibit on stories on madness, we are going to have the Delirious Van Gogh exhibit in mid-27, so in about 2 years' time. As you know, MASP works with its curatorial axis, with stories of childhood, Afro-Atlantic, then sexuality, different topics that will be the main topics for exhibits, workshops, courses held at the museum during that year. We usually have about 14 or 15 exhibits and projects in a year, including video rooms and different spaces in the museum. And this year, we also started using the new building, the Pietro building, that right now is hosting stories of ecology. In 2025, we are working with stories of ecology. Next year, we are going to have stories of Latin America. In 2027, stories of madness. It is also important to remind you that we once had a preparatory project for stories of madness. In 2015, we held an exhibit called Juqueri Drawings. This was an exhibit with works donated by psychiatrist Osorio Cesar, who worked at the Juqueri Psychiatric Hospital located close to São Paulo at Franco da Rocha. This exhibit talked about mental illness, madness, delirium, and it was based on the drawings produced by the inmates of that institution. It's also important to thank today's speakers for being here: Simon Kelly, Alison Perelman, Felipe Martinez, Laura Prince, Martin Bailey, Ranske Cohen, Tavart, and Breno Temple. I would also like to thank the mediation and public programs team of the museum, Glaucelena Brito, Bruna Fernanda, and Daniela Lima. I would also like to thank Adriano Pedrosa, the artistic director of MASP, that also participated in the organization of this meeting, and Isabella Loris, the curatorial assistant of MASP. I would also like to thank Laura Kazande, who is going to be the mediator of one of our panels today. We will have 3 panels, 1 in the morning and 2 panels in the afternoon. Questions can be sent to us through the chat. The panel mediator will try to cover as many as possible. The mediator may edit some of the questions because of time restrictions. To receive a certificate of participation, you need to sign the attendance list that will be provided through a link that you will see during today's seminar. I would also like to thank the interpreters of the meeting for oral languages and also for sign language, who help us in this communication with the audience. So let's start now with the first panel we have today that will have, for this roundtable, Laura Prince, Alison Perelman, and Simon Kelly. So let's start with Laura. The risks of being an artist, Vincent van Gogh, and the idea of the mad genius in the 19th century. So let me introduce Laura Prince. Just one second.
Vou fazer uma introdução para a aula, já que gostaria de
So I'll introduce Laura and then I'll ask her to start her presentation after that. She is a lecturer in art history at Utrecht University and obtained her PhD with a dissertation on the history of the relationship between creativity and mental illness in Amsterdam. Previously, she worked as a curator and researcher in several museums. In 2015-2016, she was a researcher on the project On the Verge of Insanity, Van Gogh and His Illness, at the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. Laura Prince publishes regularly about Van Gogh, 19th century art, and crossovers between art and medicine. So, Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'm very honored to start this seminar. Let me see if I can share my PowerPoint. I think it should be shared now. And since I'm at the beginning of this Delirious Van Gogh, I thought I also give you some context on that idea of the mad genius in the 19th century. But Van Gogh will be very much present, so bear with me, please. I'm going to talk about the risks of being an artist, not so much the physical challenges as the mental strain that can be imposed by the artistic occupation. It is based on the age-old idea that genius and madness often coincide, known today as the relationship between creativity and mental illness, and was already mentioned in the introduction, my dissertation. I have studied here the long history of this relationship, or to be more precise, the history of this idea that such a thing as a relationship between creativity and mental illness exists. It is debated for centuries, and to this very day, psychologists and psychiatrists study the association between creativity and mental illness, often hoping to prove it. But there has never been a consensus, and there are still no convincing evidence for a relationship. Only indications are found, but those are largely based on ancient ideas and assumptions. Well, I'd love to talk about that more, but on another occasion. Today I focus on Van Gogh and his time, one of the most famous examples of a mad genius. He is often presented as this lonely, suffering, insane artist just messing about, and this narrative is completely unjust, of course. But he did become ill at the end of his life, a life he ended himself 18 months after he had cut off his ear. And he became famous for seemingly unprecedented art, so naturally and unfortunately the two are quickly connected. And shortly after his death, Van Gogh became a rewarding case study for many medical doctors to figure out his diagnosis. You could say he became a poster boy for quite some illnesses, as you see some examples here of the Meniere's disease and the bipolar disorder. And in 2016, we studied at the Van Gogh Museum the history of these diagnoses as part of the exhibition On the Verge of Insanity. And here you see a glimpse of the many diagnoses that have passed in the last decades. And we need to make sure to distinguish between the contemporary diagnosis and the many posthumous diagnoses. Because the first actual official diagnosis was recorded by the senior physician Jules Urpart a few days after Van Gogh had cut off his ear and was hospitalized. And he talks about an attack of acute mania with generalized delirium, which means nothing more than some form of insanity, nothing very specific back then. And Van Gogh's Dr. Felix Rey focused on the causes of the illness, which lay in the painter's unhealthy lifestyle, as well as he called it, the extreme excitability that must form the essence of his character. When he was admitted to the asylum in Saint-Remy a few months later, epilepsy was officially recorded by Dr. Peyron, the institution's director. And this was probably prompted by Dr. Rey, because we know from the letters between Van Gogh and Rey that they discussed his illness at length and also mentioned epilepsy. And again, in the 19th century, this also meant something different than nowadays. It was then a sort of all kinds of illnesses with sudden disturbances in the brain. But Van Gogh himself considered his illness at first a simple artist bout of craziness, one of the hazards of the job, apparently. But what did he mean by that? From the beginning of his artist career, Van Gogh realized that his work as an artist was risky. He referred regularly to the age-old commonplace that genius and madness often coincide. And this idea can be traced back more than 2,000 years ago, with the famous statement by Plato or Socrates, the Greek philosophers, "The greatest of good things come to us through madness." However, Plato was not talking about mental illness here, but madness meant divine inspiration, as the statement continues with, "The sword, mind you, which is given as a divine gift." However, since the 18th century, when psychiatry came into being, madness is interpreted as mental illness. And therefore the medical doctors who were interested in the mind dived into the mysteries of genius, and often referring to this quote by Plato. They sought to determine what makes someone a genius and if it was connected to mental illness. And how genius was perceived naturally followed from the state of medicine at that time. At the beginning of the 19th century, mental illness was usually defined as a false perception caused by uncontrolled emotions and an overactive imagination. It was in this context that Dr. Lelu, French psychiatrist avant la lettre, studied the ancient philosopher Socrates and his demon, this inner voice who advised him what not to do. Since Socrates was the only one hearing this voice, he must have had hallucinations, according to Lelu, and considered them to be a symptom of mental illness. But because of his healthy constitution, Socrates was able to function properly. During the 19th century, it became more common to perceive mental illness as a physical condition caused by a sensitive nervous system related to heredity and partly to lifestyle. The prospects were now much less optimistic. Dr. Moreau presented his nervous system as a tree, which you see here on the slide, whose branches could lead to all kinds of illnesses, such as idiocy, neurosis, epilepsy, but also to exceptional minds. In the upper right corner, you see that. So in one family, you could have all of that because of the nervous system, the nervous system. And then you have the famous Lombroso, who took it even further with his man of genius. Even though these theories were often dismissed as scientific gossip, they were repeated nonetheless. So despite the lack of medical consensus, the commonplace itself was rarely denied, and these ideas of an overactive imagination, obsessive and eccentric character, and sensitive nerves remained attached to genius. And although Plato did not talk about madness as a mental illness, he did describe the poet as a passive creator, someone who is guided by something outside of himself. And this idea you find also very much in the 19th century, but then in the form of imagination, something an artist was sort of prone to, could be controlled by his own imagination. And it was believed that geniuses were vulnerable and therefore prone to madness because of their imagination. This had become a stereotype in many novels, such as the masterpiece L'oeuvre by Émile Zola. In this novel, the main character is Claude Lantier, a painter who is obsessed by his work, but also unstable, possessing an oversensitive nervous system and overexcited imagination. He feels misunderstood and sacrifices everything for his work, literally his life in the end, which is also on the cover on the right. when Vincent's sister Wil van Gogh read Zola already in 1887, she recognized Vincent in the fictional Claude Lantier. But brother Theo, to which she had written this, he believed that at first as well, but after actually reading the novel, he concluded that painter, Claude Lantier, sought the inaccessible, while Vincent loved the existing far too much to fall into that. In other words, Lantier had used his imagination too much and was not able to distinguish fiction from real anymore, and this had led to his insanity. But what was Van Gogh's view on the relationship between his health and work? So let's start before his illness started to show. Van Gogh saw various risks in the artist's life. He often referred to these medical commonplaces. He believed that artists were prone to illness because of their sensitive nervous system and their lifestyle. He referred to ideas of degeneration, the idea that each generation becomes weaker and weaker, and there was nothing you could do. He felt his body was a burden. He also saw a relationship between his art and health, however in all directions, both positively and negatively. This came up a lot during the summer of 1888, when his ambitions were at the very height, hoping to create an artist colony in the Yellow House in Arles and waiting for Paul Gauguin to come. He mentioned how working hard took a toll in him, but he also believed his work was a pleasant distraction, maybe even a medicine for his suffering. And at the same time, he believed that the suffering made a better artist of him. As he writes to his brother, "The more I become dissipated, ill, a broken pitcher, the more I too become a creative artist in that great revival of art of which we're speaking." He believed that artists had to sacrifice a lot for their work and were forced to adopt an unconventional lifestyle, which is why society rejected them. There was little one could do about a nervous temperament or rejection by society, but Van Gogh found ways to deal with these issues. For one, he drew much comfort and inspiration from the lives of artists he admired and who had experienced similar struggles. In the summer of 1888, when he repeatedly made statements about the relationship between his painting and his health, he often referred to other artists. When he became exhausted after weeks of painting in the cornfields, he wrote to Theo, and I think very, very often of that excellent painter Monticelli, who people said was such a drinker and insane. For Van Gogh, after a long day of work, the only thing that comforts and distracts is to stun oneself by taking a stiff drink or smoking very heavily. And according to Van Gogh, Eugène Delacroix, the famous painter in the early 19th century, had also certainly overtaxed his brain in his work. But because of his better, more privileged position, he was able to take better care of himself than Van Gogh. Charles Mérion was another artist with a heavy burden to bear. Van Gogh had read about his difficult years in a psychiatric institution, where he refused to eat and died of starvation in 1868. And Van Gogh often referred to Mérion as well. For instance, when financial worries threatened to overwhelm him in early October, Vincent wrote to Theo, "But I have a horror thousand times of these melancholies à la Mérion." In October 1888, which is just before Gauguin's arrival, Van Gogh informed Theo that he had worked really hard without proper food and that he was, once again, nearly reduced to the state of madness of Hugo van der Goes in Emile Wouter's painting. This Flemish painter from the 15th century was seized with some strange madness and given music therapy in the cloisters that you see here on the screen. But Van Gogh says, almost, because, as he continued later, if it wasn't for the fact that I had something of a dual nature, something of both the monk and the painter, I should be, and that long since, utterly and entirely reduced to the above-mentioned state. So Van Gogh was always in the search of that balance, being both the monk and the painter, and he found that in his own work, but also in paintings by the artists he admired, such as Puvis de Chavannes. and in the medical advices he had sought during his lifetime, such as Dr. Gruby, eat well, live well, see few women. After becoming seriously ill, Van Gogh's outlook on his art and health would become more and more gloomy. Although at first it came as a relief to Van Gogh to be able to blame his condition on an actual illness, epilepsy, rather than straightforward insanity. When he committed himself in the asylum of Saint-Remy, he was relieved to see that his condition was not that bad compared to the patients there. As he writes, "Before I had some repulsion for these beings, and it was something distressing for me to have to reflect that so many people of our profession, Troyon, Marchal, Mirion, Jund, Maris, Monticelli, a host of others, had ended up like that. I wasn't even able to picture them in the least in that state. For although there are some who howl or usually rave, there's much true friendship that they have for each other." So he found camaraderie among the patients now. But this changed quite quickly when he suffered another breakdown while working, and this one had a devastating impact. When he was slowly recovering in September 1889, he wrote to Theo, "Perhaps something will happen to me like the thing Delacroix speaks of. I found painting when I had neither teeth nor breath left, in the sense that my sad illness makes me work with a pent-up fury, very slowly, but from morning till night without respite, and, this is probably the secret, work for a long time and slowly. What do I know about it?" Van Gogh felt his work was still both a cause for his illness and a remedy. What is striking is that Van Gogh believed his experiments with the imagination had also aggravated his mental health. Already in Arles, before he became ill, when Gauguin was with him in the Yellow House, they had discussed the imagination endlessly. Gauguin stimulated Van Gogh to work more from his mind. And after he fell ill and the more his illness worsened, Van Gogh believed that the imagination was too risky for him. He preferred to avoid too much abstractions and too much exaggerations. And you remember Claude Lantier, the Zola character who fell ill because of his imagination. Also very much present in that time. There was another cause Van Gogh recognized for his illness, the south of France. This was another common idea, also discussed by Lombroso, a famous doctor, who claimed that hot climates increased the numbers in both geniuses and madness. Going back to the north would be healthier, Van Gogh believed, which he would do in the last months of his life. In the meantime, Van Gogh's art was exhibited at Lavin in Brussels, and he had come to the attention of art critic Albert Aurier, who was quick to romanticize the idea that the work had been produced by an artist in an asylum. Interestingly, in his article, Aurier emphasized Van Gogh's Dutch roots and placed him in the tradition of Frans Hals. But at the same time, he distinguished between Van Gogh's abnormal perception, revealing elements invisible to healthy eyes, and the realism of the generations of Dutch artists before him, who were, as he quotes, so physically healthy and so well balanced mentally. And this was exactly the image Van Gogh was not happy about. He asked Aurier not to write about him again. Van Gogh was always looking for the antidote for his artistic madness, as he called it, always searching for balance, even after he fell seriously ill and had to cope with this new reality. As we have seen, the relationship between creativity and mental illness felt very real to Van Gogh, but his references were nuanced, ambiguous, and changed over time. He based them on the age-old commonplace, in line with contemporary medical views, but most of all, they were formed by his own experiences and the stories of like-minded artists. Although he believed at first that suffering was both inevitable and maybe even necessary for his art, in the end he was not so sure anymore. He had experienced firsthand how devastating illness was, and in the end, he said, his life too was attacked at the very root. Once again, the comparison with Zola's character Claude Lantier became relevant. Dutch critic Johan de Meester wrote in a Dutch newspaper in 1890, Vincent van Gogh seems to have been someone of the same constitution as Claude in l'oeuvre, a true child of his nervous age, an important subject for the zealous pathologists who are so fond of venturing into the dissection of genius these days. So this commonplace of the relationship between genius and madness was very much present in Van Gogh's time, and in the 20th century, Van Gogh himself would be inextricably caught up in it. That is also one of the risks of an artist, that your biography starts to overshadow your art, and there is nothing you can do about that. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Laura. Parabéns pela apresentação.
Thank you, Laura. Congratulations on your presentation. For those who are watching us, please send your questions to the speakers using the chat.
Bom, a gente vai dar prosseguimento agora.
Now, we will continue this first roundtable of the seminar with Alison Perelman.
Chamada O Olho da Mente.
This is called The Eye of the Mind's Eye, Van Gogh's Reminiscence of Brabant series.
Alison Perelman concluiu sua tese.
Alison Perelman completed her dissertation called Private Space, Public Self, Studies of the Avant-Garde in Fin de Siècle, France, and earned her PhD from Washington University in May 2025. Prior to her graduate studies, Dr. Perelman served as the dedicated research associate for 19th century exhibitions in the Department of Painting and Sculpture of Europe at the Art Institute of Chicago, including Van Gogh's Bedrooms in 2016 and Gauguin Artist as Alchemist in 2017. Her writing has been published by the Art Institute of Chicago, by the Musée d'Orsay, and by the Nelson Atkins Museum, Oxford University Press, and also by Thames and Hudson. Alison, thank you, and you have the floor. You can start your presentation.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you all this morning. And before I get started, I just want to thank you, Fernando, and your entire team at MASP, particularly Daniela Lima, for making today happen. I also want to thank Laura and Simon and all my fellow speakers today for sharing their work. During the year he spent in an asylum in the south of France, Vincent van Gogh produced a body of work that attests to his enduring creativity and experimentation. In March-April 1890, toward the end of his stay, Van Gogh painted 3 canvases known as Reminiscence of the North or Reminiscence of Brabant. Each one depicts thatched cottages typical of Brabant, the Dutch province where he was born and raised. Composed from his imagination and youthful memories, this series marked the culmination of a years-long debate between the artist and his peers on the issue of painting de tête, from the mind as opposed to direct observation. Having passionately argued both sides and employed both methods, Van Gogh finally achieved a personal interpretation of this avant-garde concern through these nostalgic evocations. While much scholarship has positioned Van Gogh firmly on the side of the debate favoring direct observation, his letters and painted experiments betray a profound ambivalence. He admired artists capable of more imaginative works, yet he did not consider himself among them. Van Gogh admitted, quote, "I sometimes regret that I can't decide to work more at home from the imagination. Certainly, imagination is a capacity that must be developed." His reluctance to work from memory or imagination often stemmed from low confidence. When he was dissatisfied with the results of his intermittent experiments in painting de tête in 1888 and 89, he typically blamed his lack of experience rather than an inherent shortcoming of the technique. This talk will provide a brief overview of Van Gogh's back-and-forth stance on painting from memory and imagination to reveal what distinguished Reminiscence of Brabant from his previous forays. Remarkably, Van Gogh achieved these paintings near the end of his longest-lasting mental health episode, as he claimed, quote, "while my illness was at its worst." Reminiscence of Brabant reflects his determination to employ his painting practice as a means to both improve his mental state and demonstrate his acuity. Focusing on this series and the question of Van Gogh working the tête allows me to address the impact of his mental illness on his artistic production, both in terms of what it did sometimes diminish, his time, confidence, and what it did not diminish, his creativity and command of his craft. More than a nostalgic depiction of childhood memories, Reminiscence of Brabant was a demonstration of his artistic identity and his social identity as a capable individual. With the theories, Van Gogh engaged with a key question that pervaded 19th century French art discourse and sparked debate within his immediate circle. Van Gogh and his peers used the French term de tête, from the mind, to refer to both working from memory, depicting what they had previously observed, and working from the imagination, representing something invented in their mind, as these two concepts are deeply related, often inextricable. The 19th century witnessed widespread interest in the role played by memory in the creative process. Those in favor of developing and employing memory saw it as a means to better capture fleeting effects, to synthesize reality, or to supply the imagination. Those opposed to relying heavily on memory felt the habit prevented artists from seeing reality with fresh eyes. More immediately, Van Gogh grappled with the question of working from life versus from the mind in an ongoing dialogue with Émile Bernard and Paul Gauguin. In Paris, the three artists engaged in lively debates on the direction of modern art, which continued through correspondence after Van Gogh left for Arles and Gauguin and Bernard for Brittany in 1888. Both Gauguin and Bernard emphasized memory and imagination as a filter in the creative process, which promoted the essential qualities of the subject while omitting what they considered unnecessary detail. By working de tête, they aspire to arrive at a synthesis, and they often refer to the result as an abstraction in their writings. These terms began to appear in Van Gogh's own letters in the summer of 1888. Many subsequent accounts on Van Gogh's position on the debate on observation versus imagination have drawn overarching conclusions from a brief period in his career. In the fall of 1889, during his stay at an asylum in Saint-Clomy-de-Provence, Van Gogh expressed a strong negative reaction against canvases by Gauguin and Bernard depicting biblical subjects. While his response to Gauguin has not survived, Van Gogh wrote a scathing letter to Bernard, calling his biblical compositions a nightmare and atrocious. Furthermore, Van Gogh added a revisionist account of his previous experiments working de tête, claiming, "When Gauguin was in Arles, I once or twice allowed myself to be led into abstraction. But that's enchanted ground, my good fellow, and one soon finds oneself up against a wall." Why did Van Gogh voice such a strong rejection of Gauguin's and Bernard's works at this moment? Notably, earlier that year, he had dared to push himself by painting a biblical scene, Christ in the Garden of Olives. He made 2 attempts, but was so dissatisfied that he destroyed them both. Understanding his remarks as coinciding with a personal low point, his current mental health struggles, and a professional one, the destroyed compositions, we recognize that they do not fully encompass Van Gogh's complex and shifting opinions on painting de tête. It is worth revisiting Van Gogh's initial experiments to better appreciate the evolution of his efforts. Between 1888 and 1890, Van Gogh made several attempts to paint from memory and imagination with mixed success. Even earlier, however, while still living in the Netherlands, in the mid-1880s, Van Gogh alternately spoke both for and against creating from memory. He advocated for, quote, sitting in front of reality, yet he also appreciated the productive potential of working de tête rather than relying on finding models or good weather conditions. In his effort to create a showpiece with the Potato Eaters in 1885, he completed enough preparatory studies directly from life that he could paint the canvas away from his subject. He wrote to his brother Theo, "I'm painting this from memory on the painting itself, but you know yourself how many times I've painted the heads." This excerpt marks an early instance where Van Gogh recognized that painting de tête was not necessarily independent of copious observation. 3 years later, in early October 1888 in Arles, Van Gogh began experimenting with the approach championed by Bernard and Gauguin a few weeks before the latter would join him there. Van Gogh's first effort was likely the roughly painted The Brothel, which he did not consider a success. He wrote to Bernard, "I don't want to sign this study because I never work from memory." Despite his disappointment with the outcome, Van Gogh did not condemn painting from memory, but rather lamented his inability to do so. He stated in the same letter, "I can't work without a model," due to his own fears. Thus, at this moment, his resistance to painting from memory was not a matter of staunch conviction, but a question of his own comfort level. Gauguin's arrival in Arles on October 23, 1888, was Van Gogh's catalyst for a sustained period of experimentation with painting de tête. With Gauguin there to model his own techniques, Van Gogh recovered the will to try anew. He chose to portray locales he had visited in recent months. Arena at Arles depicts one of the bullfights in a Roman amphitheater, which had occurred between April and September. Van Gogh also painted the dance hall in Arles, a lively scene of an evening at a local café concert. Neither canvas features Van Gogh's signature impasto or his mingling of unmixed pigments. Instead, he employed a more poisonous technique with areas of flat color and obvious contours. Van Gogh had emulated Gauguin's preparatory methods by first establishing a dark blue sketch and then a pale underpainting. Afterward, he built up the canvas in layers of vivid complementary colors. At this point, Van Gogh echoed not only Gauguin's theoretical approach, but also his painting style, rather than translating these ideas to his own aesthetic. Having completed several works de tête, Van Gogh was gaining confidence, claiming, quote, "Gauguin gives me courage to imagine." The last two canvases Gauguin painted de tête during this time with Gauguin were Woman Reading a Novel and Memory of the Garden at Eton. For these forays, Van Gogh did not select recent memories of Arles, but deeper, more personal associations. The subject of woman reading recalled his earlier still lifes of books. Likewise, it may have been inspired by Rembrandt's engraving, Holy Family, reading the Bible. However, the execution is rough and awkward, and the figure is a vague stock type. In contrast, Memory of the Garden at Eton is more developed and a more intimate subject. Memory of the Garden at Eton is a key precedent for the Reminiscence series. The image is a composite, blending the public park in Arles with his memories of the garden at his parents' homes in Brabant. Unlike working from recent memory, he struggled to, quote, "invent the whole picture" from distant recollections in his imagination. Again, he took some inspiration from the compositions Gauguin produced around the same time, such as Arlésiens, with which his canvas shares a decorative emphasis on flatness and a definition of space through curving zones of color. Yet, Van Gogh also drew from his own recent depictions of the park across the street from the Yellow House, as well as the stippled neo-impressionistic painting technique with which he had experimented the year before in Paris. The resulting amalgam suggests that Van Gogh did not know when or how to complete the painting, muddling the effect with too many ideas. He believed the canvas to be spoiled, in his words, and a failure. However, rather than entirely dismissing the practice of painting de tête, he instead lamented that he had yet to develop the habit he considered, quote, "necessary for works of the imagination." For Van Gogh, the issue of painting from memory or imagination was irrevocably tied to his sense of confidence in his own abilities. As he wrote to Bernard, "Others may have more clarity of mind than I for abstract studies. Perhaps myself when I'm old, but in the meantime, I'm still living off the real world." Van Gogh's self-confidence was soon rattled when, on December 23, 1888, he suffered a mental breakdown that resulted in him being confined to a hospital, at which point Gauguin fled back to Paris. Unsurprisingly, Van Gogh began to question not only his ability to work de tête, but his ability to paint in general. Nevertheless, he did not entirely abandon his experiments with painting de tête, even after he voluntarily committed himself to the Saint-Paul-de-Mausole asylum in the nearby town of Saint-Rémy in May 1889. On the contrary, he continued to innovate his painting practice in terms of both technique and sources of inspiration. Van Gogh's mental illness impacted his art making in that it caused intermittent periods of no productivity and it diminished his self-confidence at times. However, he worked only while lucid, and both his paintings and writings from this time attest to his resilient creativity, artistry, and insightfulness. Beginning with the events of December 1888, he suffered from periodic episodes during which he was incapacitated. Despite his initial fears that his mental health would limit his artistic abilities, he found himself not only able but needing to work. As he wrote in March 1889, it was precisely by working that the normal state returned little by little. He continued to paint in the lucid periods between his episodic crises. During the year he spent in the asylum, Van Gogh produced about 150 paintings, over 100 drawings, dozens of watercolors, and more than 60 letters. Ultimately, Van Gogh believed that pursuing his painting was in the best interest of his mental health. A rush of creative inspiration and a desire to heal his mind compelled the artist to work with renewed energy. He wrote, "More than ever, I have a pent-up fury for work, and I think that this will contribute to curing me." Furthermore, he returned to experimenting with working tête-à-tête in the summer of 1889 in an ongoing effort to engage with Gauguin and Bernard at a distance. Among these experiments was his Starry Night. Although the contours of the mountains and the prominent cypress trees locate the scene in Provence, the architecture of the homes and the church steeple would be more appropriate for Northern Europe. Van Gogh freely mixed direct observation, memories of local elements, and imagined details with nostalgic significance. When he described it to Theo, he stated that it gave, quote, "an idea of the things Gauguin, Bernard, and I sometimes chatted about and that preoccupied us." At this time, however, Theo responded to his brother's latest canvases with concern. He advocated for a return to direct observation, stating, "I consider that you're strongest when you're doing real things." Theo's negative reaction was likely informed by a concern for his brother's well-being, suggesting an association between painting from reality and attachment to reality. Van Gogh picked up on this concern and replied with some indignation, "My health is very good. As for the work, the ideas are becoming firmer, it seems to me." In November 1889, following Theo's negative reaction, as well as underwhelming responses from Gauguin and Bernard, a frustrated Van Gogh adopted an opposite stance, denouncing working tête-à-tête with regard to his friend's biblical compositions, as discussed earlier. Soon thereafter, Van Gogh suffered through an extended period of repeated mental health crises that diminished his ability to work while they lasted. He dealt with brief episodes in December 1889 and January 1890. Then, from February 22nd to April 29th, 1890, for more than 9 weeks, he endured the longest-lasting mental health episode of his life. During this period, the artist remained effectively confined to his room and composed only one letter in which he expressed a, quote, "great desire to get back to my work." When Van Gogh at last wrote to his brother again at the end of April, he remarked, "While I was ill, I nevertheless still did a few small canvases from memory, reminiscence of the North." These canvases comprise the Reminiscence of Brabant series. As the name suggests, Van Gogh drew from personal recollections for the subjects of these works, creating them entirely from memory and imagination. The Reminiscence series marked the resolution of Van Gogh's efforts to successfully paint tête-à-tête, which he achieved by mixing two different aspects of the familiar, the immediate and the nostalgic. Employing the vivid palette and dynamic brushstrokes that he had developed in Provence, Van Gogh painted imagined views of the thatch-roof cottages and peasant inhabitants that he associated with his native Brabant. The subject matter echoes works he had created at least 5 years prior while still living in the Netherlands. The intimate connection he felt to this region and the decades he spent observing it firsthand gave him the confidence to invent these new compositions and render them with similar finesse as his Provençal landscapes. The project started with a series of sketches begun sometime during March or April 1890, the 2 months of his confinement. He filled no fewer than 60 sheets with subjects from his imagination, most of them related to memories of Brabant, cottages with smoking chimneys, peasants working the fields, and figures trudging through snow. A few drawings, such as landscape with figures pushing wheelbarrows, feature complex and fully realized compositions. There is little exact correspondence between the drawn and painted scenes. Nevertheless, traces of pigment on some sheets suggest that Van Gogh used them as a reference while painting. Additionally, 2 studies of cloud include written color annotations. Thus, even before he could pick up his palette, Van Gogh made careful and deliberate plans. Despite being painted while his illness was at its worst, in his words, the confident, dynamic brushstroke indicates an artist in full control of his faculties. In house and figure, swirling arabesques of paint filled the sky and field. and the lively, sketchy brushwork unites foreground with background, seeming to animate the houses and the landscape. In Cottages at Sunset, he similarly repeated the rows of houses in front of large, setting sun, whose warmth is more suggestive of Provence than the Netherlands. The third canvas offers a different view, that of a small village beneath a dusky sky. Within these paintings, Van Gogh consolidated his palette and brushwork of the South with Northern subject matter. During the years Van Gogh grappled with his mental health struggles, he frequently reminisced about his childhood in Brabant. While he recorded few details about the 9-week episode that preceded the series, after a previous breakdown in 1889, he had recalled experiencing vivid memories of his past, writing, "During my illness, I again saw each room in the house at Zundert, the Brabant town of his childhood." In late January 1890, a month before this lengthy episode began, he again professed to thinking, quote, "a lot about Holland and about our youth back then." Deeply held memories and years of direct observation of the Dutch countryside prepared him for the task of rendering it completely detached, even well after his move to France. The Reminiscence of Brabant series sheds light on one of the darkest moments of the artist's life. These canvases reveal that Van Gogh not only remained capable of painting masterfully, but he also remained willing to push himself and experiment. Theo best recognized both Van Gogh's talent and his determination, writing, "Vincent set a number of new paintings, including some very beautiful ones. It's amazing that, in spite of it all, he can still deliver so much work." The Reminiscence of Brabant series was an opportunity for Van Gogh to recast himself after a prolonged crisis and assert his enduring artistic vitality. It is not incidental that the timing of this series coincided with Van Gogh's decision to both check out of the asylum and return to the north of France, an environment more akin to his native region. His letters attest to a firm insistence on leaving the South as soon as possible, believing only in the North, loosely defined, could he improve his painting and his health. He did not regret the time spent in Provence. Rather, he felt that it did him, quote, "good to go into the South to better see the North." On May 16, 1890, Van Gogh left Saint-Rémy for Auvers-sur-Oise. On the discharge, the asylum director wrote, "In the interval between attacks, the patient is perfectly calm and lucid and passionately devotes himself to painting. He is asking to be discharged today in order to go live in the north of France, hoping that climate will suit him better." Van Gogh lived only another 2 months, but in that time he remained prolific and innovative. Thank you.
Muito obrigado,
Thank you.
Laura. Desculpa, perdão. Muito obrigado, Alisson. Parabéns pela
Thank
sua
you, Alison.
apresentação.
Congratulations on this session.
Isso vai já estar gerando assim muitas questões, né, aqui no
I'm sure
dos
we're going to
nossos
get plenty of
participantes.
questions later.
Peço a todos que sigam enviando questões
And
para os
please keep
palestrantes,
sending us
né,
your
para
questions.
alguns especificamente ou
We'll
para
have a Q&A session later, so you can ask
o
questions
grupo,
from
né, de maneira
specific
geral.
panelists or to the whole group.
Após a última apresentação que a gente vai fazer agora, a última apresentação dessa
We'll now
mesa,
have one
a
last
gente vai
presentation
abrir
in this
para
panel.
colocar essas questões aos palestrantes.
After this presentation, we'll have the Q&A session.
Agora a gente vai ouvir a apresentação do Simon Kelly,
So now we have a
cujo
presentation
título
by
é O
Mr.
Último
Simon
Médico de Van
Kelly.
Gogh.
We'll be discussing Van Gogh's Last
O
Doctor.
Simon é curador e chefe do Departamento de Arte Moderna e Contemporânea
Simon
do
is a
Museu de Arte
curator
de São Luís, nos
and
Estados
a
Unidos.
chief
Ele escreveu
organizer at the St. Louis
extensivamente sobre
Museum
a
in the
arte
US.
francesa do século XIX
He wrote
e
a
início do
lot
século
about
XX,
19th and early 20th century
particularmente
French
a pintura
art,
impressionista
particularly
e da
Impressionist
escola de Barbizon.
and Barbizon
Ele
painting.
publicou vários ensaios sobre Van Gogh,
Mr.
incluindo
Kelly is the
ensaio
author
premiado em
and co-author of
2012
several
sobre a relação
essays
do
on Van
artista
Gogh,
holandês e o
including
mercado de
one from
arte
2011
no
regarding
catálogo da
his
mostra,
relationship
tornando-se Van Gogh,
in the
Becoming
art
Van Gogh.
catalog,
Outras publicações
Becoming Van Gogh.
de Kelly incluem o catálogo da exposição
Other
Millet e Arte
publications
Moderna,
include a
de Van
catalog
Gogh a
for
Dali, e o
Millet and
livro
Modern Art,
Theodore Rousseau e a Ascensão do
and
Mercado
the
de Arte
book
Moderna,
Theodore Rousseau and the
publicado em
Ascension of Modern
2021
Art,
pela Bloomsbury
or
Academic.
In the Rise of the Modern
No outono
Art,
de
published by
2026, né, no ano que
Bloomsbury
vem,
Academic.
ele organizará a exposição Mulheres Impressionistas e o Território, no Museu de Arte de São Luís, Women
In the
Impressionists
fall
and
of
the Land,
2026,
ou
he's
também pode ser
organizing the
traduzido por
exhibition
Mulheres
Women
Impressionistas
Impressionists
e a
and the
Terra.
Land at the St. Louis Art Museum.
Muito obrigado, Simon, pela presença
Thank
e,
you
por
very
favor,
much,
pode
Mr.
iniciar a
Kelly.
sua apresentação.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Fernando. Okay. Paul Ferdinand Gachet was Vincent van Gogh's final doctor, treating the artist for just over 2 months during the final period of Van Gogh's life, from the 20th of May to 29th of July, 1890, a period which was spent in the small rural town of Auvers, some 20 miles to the north of Paris. Over that time period, the two men will grow close, not only as doctor and patient, but also as mutual artist friends, both of whom were deeply interested in art and culture. Vincent even spoke of the physical similarities between them, they're having red hair and comparable features, and those similarities are suggested in a comparison between Van Gogh's self-portrait from 1889 and Norbert Gonutz's. Hang on a sec. I lost my PowerPoint. Okay. Even though there was an age gap between them of 25 years, with Vincent being with Vincent being 37 when they met and Gachet 62, the artist would even talk about the two men as being brothers. This talk explores the complex ongoing connection between artist and patient, both of whom are strong-willed and powerful personalities. How did their relationship develop? And what do we know of Gachet's diagnosis of Van Gogh's mental illness and of his subsequent treatment of the artist? And can Gachet even be considered culpable in some way for Vincent's suicide, as the later avant-garde poet Antonin Artaud believed? This talk addresses those questions and also seeks to place Gachet's medical career within the wider context of changing attitudes to mental illness in late 19th century France. My focus can also be hang on, can we share the next slide? My focus can also be situated within the growing contemporary discourse around disability studies and history of psychiatric treatment, much of which builds on Michel Foucault's seminal 1961 text on the history of madness. Trying to show that here. Sorry, this is not letting me share over. Okay. I don't know why I can't continue to share this. Hang on a second. I should be able to just slow. It says on she's. Why can't I? I cannot share this. Gosh. I'm trying to. Should I come out and start? Try share again. Okay. All right. Okay. I apologize for that. Just to continue, to contextualize with Foucault's seminal 1961 text on the history of madness. So recent decades have seen major scholarship around Gachet. He was the subject of an important 1999 exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Grand Palais, and the Van Gogh Museum, which was curated by Anne Distel and Susan Stein. As its title indicated, this highlighted Gachet's important collection of art by his artist friends, including Cézanne, Pissarro, and Guillaumin, as well as Van Gogh. It also gave attention to Gachet's own significant output of prints, as well as his relatively modest output of paintings. Other recent research, particularly the Van Gogh in Auvers-sur-Oise exhibition in 2023 to 24 at the Musée d'Orsay and the Van Gogh Museum, has further highlighted Gachet, as well as Van Gogh's images of the Gachet family. And I'd like to highlight the work of Wouter van der Veen and thank him for his generous collaboration preparing this talk. Van Gogh made 2 portraits of Dr. Gachet, the first in a private collection, which until recently held the auction record for a Van Gogh painting, and the second now in the Musée d'Orsay. He also painted a large portrait of Gachet's 19-year-old daughter, Marguerite, at the piano, the only vertical double-square portrait he ever made amidst all his other double-square landscapes. In addition, he made 2 landscapes of Gachet's garden. He produced a print of Gachet in his garden, the only print he would ever make. And I think all this production serves to highlight the closeness between Van Gogh and Gachet. What I'm going to try and do in this talk is focus on Gachet's medical career, an area that I think has been somewhat overlooked, particularly within the art historical discourse, drawing on research in the Gachet archive in the Wildenstein-Platner Institute, as well as in the collections of the Musée d'Histoire de Médecine in Paris and the Science Museum in London. Briefly, Gachet was born in 1828 in Lille. He enrolled at the Faculty of Medicine in Paris in 1848 at the age of 20. In 1854, he displayed considerable bravery in risking his life to treat victims of a cholera epidemic in Jura in eastern France. Here he is in the process of treating victims. There's also a portrait from 1854 by his close friend Armand Gautier. Gautier's long history of treating mental illness dates back to his time as an externe in the 1850s at the Parisian psychiatric hospitals of Salpêtrière for women and Bicêtre for men. In 1858, Gachet wrote his doctoral dissertation, Études sur mélancolie, a study on melancholy, which was published as a book in 1864. This was an 111-page book, the only long text he ever published, and it represented an investigation into melancholy, or what we would now call depression. Although published years before he met Van Gogh, I think it offers an important context for understanding his treatment of the artist. The text shows the degree to which Gachet was well read in scientific tracts around melancholy, particularly by Philippe Pinel, who is generally seen as the founder of modern psychiatry in France. Étienne Esquirol, whose 1838 text on mental illness is also seminal to early French psychiatry, and Jean-Pierre Ferré, who explored early understandings of bipolar disorder and with whom Gachet had externed at Bicêtre. On page 28 of his text, Gachet identified melancholy as délire or delirium. He then divided such madness between the period terms monomania, monomanie, and lipomanie, both of which have been coined by Esquirol. Lipomania, for example, Gachet defined as a variety of monomania with sadness, tristis, or tristesse. And I'll come back to lipomania. Elsewhere in his text, Gachet notes that the melancholic, quote, the melancholic is the most interesting of all the mad, and he affirms that, quote, all the grand poets, grand artists were essentially melancholic beings. To justify this, he cites Shakespeare, Rembrandt, and Géricault, and other leading artists as being melancholics. Gachet also offers many recommendations for treating melancholy, including climate, hydrotherapy, diet, work, exercise, and the creation of a sense of freedom rather than captivity for the melancholic individual. Gachet also mentions electrotherapy, the antecedent of electroconvulsive therapy, as a possible treatment, but is circumspect about its use, as he notes that it is untested. His text offers no specific medications or homeopathic remedies as treatments for melancholy. Gachet's interest in electrotherapy is also evident from a circular that he sent around January the 1st, 1863, which describes his medical office as, quote, an electromedical practice, and discusses treatment by electricity. And here is one of 3 surviving electrotherapy sets that he used. Here are the 2 others. Here's one of his stethoscopes. Gachet also had an interest in hydrotherapy, and this is a letterhead for the clinic that he ran in 1863 at the Spa of Evaux in central France. Here's a photograph of Gachet in 1865. It's also worth noting his work during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, when he stayed in Paris to treat the wounded. You can see here a photograph of him as a surgeon major. He would have treated gunshot wounds and developed a broad range of medical skills. You can see a medical kit from that time. Gachet considered himself a man of science. At one point he said, I have the misfortune to be a man of science. But at the same time, he placed homeopathy at the center of his medical practice. And here are 2 homeopathic kits that Gachet owned, both of which post-date 1868. The larger kit has 93 remedies in glass tubes sealed with cork, each with the abbreviated name of the medication and the degree of its dilution. Here's the cover. The kit was prepared by the pharmacy of de Rode in Paris, and the names of the homeopathic treatments, which I could go into in more detail, there's not the time, they run from the letters L to S. Here is a second smaller travel kit with 12 homeopathic remedies, also with Gachet's name and also prepared by de Rode. And again, the cover for that. And this is a detail of pulse syrup or pulsatilla. One other thing to say is, apart from Gachet's scientific and homeopathic interests, he also had a deep interest in the occult and a slightly macabre collection of skulls, one of which I'll show you here. He also practiced chiromancy or palm reading. So given this context, what was Gachet's relationship with his patient Van Gogh? Based on the suggestion of Pizarro, Théa Van Gogh had recommended that Vincent come to Auvers to be treated by Gachet, since the doctor had previously treated many other artists, including Cézanne, Pizarro, and Manet. Gachet was kind of splitting his time between Paris and Auvers, where he had a house. Here is a listing of his office in Paris in 1890. What do we know of Gachet's diagnosis of Van Gogh's illness? There are 3 main sources here. One is a previously unpublished handwritten note by Paul Ferdinand Gachet in a private collection, which has kindly been passed on to me by Wouter van der Veen. This stated that the artist was a lipomaniac avec des idées de suicide, a lipomaniac with ideas of suicide. The Latin there translates to, now you are educated, what about those who lie? As we've seen earlier, the term lipomaniac had been used by Gachet in his 1858 dissertation to describe a sense of an intense obsessive sadness. And Van Gogh talked about sadness in his final letters in relationship to this painting. He writes that there are immense stretches of wheat fields under turbulent skies, and I made a point of trying to express sadness, extreme loneliness. We also know that Gachet, when he first met Van Gogh on Tuesday, May the 20th, made a medical examination of the artist and diagnosed Van Gogh as having unfounded syphilomania, which is the obsessive belief that one might have the disease of syphilis. For Vincent, this was undoubtedly informed by an awareness that his brother Theo had syphilis, and Theo was beginning to show the horrifying symptoms of the disease, which will lead to his dementia and premature death. So I think Vincent was actually extremely worried that he too might have that disease. Another source, a third, which supports his reading of the importance of syphilis, or at least Van Gogh's belief that he had it, is the later recollection of the French writer Adolphe Tabarant. Tabarant noted that Vincent's suicide was caused by, quote, a phobia that haunted him, that of being damaged. And I think in some that's a reference to syphilis and this terrifying illness, and Van Gogh's murmurings, I must have it, I have it. So again, a sort of further account that references the importance of syphilis to this discussion. What was a treatment of Van Gogh that Gachet recommended? We can look to the Gachet's recollection of the May the 20th meeting. A number of areas there, again, just briefly. Firstly, the simple, sensible diet. And we know that Vincent actually ate pretty frugally. There's another recollection that from September the 17th, 1890, where Paul Ferdinand talks about Vincent's diet. Then work. Work as being absolutely essential to Van Gogh's well-being. And that's an element that's repeated in the correspondence. We know that Auvers was the most productive period of Van Gogh's whole career. And then the third thing that the Van Gogh recommended was, or the Gachet recommended rather, was that Van Gogh should try not to think about his previous mental illness, just try to forget it, essentially. So those 3 points kind of sum up Gachet's general approach to treating Van Gogh. The doctor was overall optimistic for the artist, initially telling Theo, even before meeting Vincent, that he thought the artist could be cured. In early June, he told Theo that he thought Van Gogh was cured. Gachet considered that an important part of treating Van Gogh was creating a supportive environment for the artist, and he really welcomed the artist into his family, inviting him repeatedly to Sunday lunches at his home through the end of May and the whole month of June. One might say that if Van Gogh considered Gachet a brother, then the doctor almost considered the artist as a son. And that closeness is certainly evident in the correspondence that Van Gogh wrote. There's also the possibility that Gachet offered some kind of medical or homeopathic treatment. On Sunday, May the 25th, Vincent wrote that Gachet told me that if melancholy or something else were to become too strong for me to bear, he could well do something again to lessen its intensity. What could this something have been? Notable in this context is Van Gogh's portrait of Gachet himself, in which the artist tried to suggest, quote, the melancholy expression of the doctor. Vincent's well-known portrait of Gachet shows the doctor outdoors in his garden alongside a foxglove, the dry leaves of which were used to create digitalis, which was a homeopathic medicine. And it's often been speculated that Van Gogh might have taken digitalis on the prompting of Gachet. Today, digitalis is principally used for regulating heart conditions like an irregular heartbeat, but in the 19th century, it was used for a wider range of ailments. However, there's no convincing evidence that I've come across that it was used to treat melancholy at the time. I think it's actually more likely that Van Gogh used foxglove as a symbol of Gachet's homeopathic interests, rather than this specific plant having too much meaning as a treatment for the artist. Moreover, as a plant with brightly colored purple flowers, we know that Van Gogh originally painted the flowers purple, which would have complemented well the yellow of the books. The purple, however, has now faded to blue. So the foxglove worked pictorially well in the composition, And this image also related to Van Gogh's interest in painting other flowers at Auvers, like acacia and flowering chestnut and roses. And of course, Gachet would have had a wide range of other homeopathic options for treating melancholy or depression, as we've seen from the multiple remedies, around 400 that he would have carried in his homeopathic kits. Vincent and Gachet were close through the end of May and June, but they saw each other much less in July, in part because of their mutual travel, but also because of a notorious episode on Tuesday, 15th of July, when Vincent visited Gachet's home and saw the Guillemin nude picture, which he had previously described as very beautiful. Vincent seems to have been frustrated that the picture was still unframed and apparently grew angry with Gachet. Although there's no evidence that Vincent ever physically harmed anyone, a later narrative developed that he might have had a revolver in his pocket and even considered shooting the doctor. Gachet, as his son later recalled, stared down the artist and Vincent back down. This was, however, the last time that Vincent visited the doctor. We know that Gachet continued to send invitations to Vincent to come to his house, but these remained unanswered. In line with his belief that the melancholic patient should be closely watched, Gachet also had spies at the Auberge Revue who kept an eye on Van Gogh and reported that the artist continued to work hard. As is well known, Van Gogh, however, shot himself on the evening of Sunday, July the 27th, soon after Gachet, who was in Auvers, came to the artist's bedside but could not save the artist, who died early on the morning of July the 29th. Gachet made a charcoal sketch of Van Gogh on his deathbed and then later a painting. He showed Vincent clean-shaven, as the artist seems to have been during his time in Auvers, and with the side of his ear with the ear cut off. In conclusion, Gachet would deliver a teary eulogy for Vincent at the cemetery on Auvers the day after, on 30th of July, which reflected his deep affection for the artist. In an age before antidepressant medication, he does seem to have tried to create a supportive environment for Van Gogh, rather than returning him to a psychiatric hospital. This is perhaps most evident in the regular Sunday lunches where he and his family effectively treated Van Gogh as one of their family. Gachet recognized the artist's deep depressive sadness or lipomania, but he was less responsive to the artist's fears about having syphilis. He was also, of course, overly optimistic in his belief, as expressed to Theo, that the artist was cured. Nonetheless, Gachet's emphasis on science in his medical practice, complemented by his belief in alternative medicine such as homeopathy, can be considered quite modern in forming a holistic global view of his patient's health. Gachet would continue to practice as a doctor until his death at the age of 80 in 1909. He would treat hundreds, if not thousands, of other patients, but never again would he treat a patient with the posthumous fame and notoriety of Vincent van Gogh. Thank you.
Muito obrigado ao Simon.
Thank you, Simon, for your presentation. Congratulations. I would also like to congratulate the other panelists of this first panel of our seminar. So I'd like to congratulate Laura and Alison as well. We received a lot of questions through our chat. So let's start by asking you these questions. Some questions are specific to one speaker or another, while other questions are more general and to all three speakers. Before that, I would like to remind you that this panel will be concluded at 1 p.m. Brazilian time. Then we are going to have a lunch break, and we will resume at 2:30 p.m. Brazilian time. And we are going to have Ransky co-intervenant, Breno Temple, Martin Bailey, as part of our next panel. So now let's start this discussion. Here's a question that was asked both to Laura, Alison, and Simon. Feel free to answer in a sequence if you want, or who would like to answer that, if you want to answer that. So here's the question. A little bit in contradiction to medical speculations, I would like to hear your take on how historiography and criticism in visual arts was related to those issues. This is a very comprehensive topic, but Anton Artaud, theater criticism, and Jacques Batal can also had original perspectives on these problems. Could you comment on the key readings that were developed simultaneously or after, later about this topic, going beyond medicine in the strictest sense? Laura, would you like to start by answering that?
Well, thank you for the question. It's quite a complicated question. I feel so. I'm still trying to tackle it. Can you maybe repeat the sort of the historiography of the?
Laura, a pessoa colocou a pergunta no chat.
Laura, the question is in the chat, but it seems to me that the person who's asking the question refers to contextual constructs, reading some approximations, which is part of art history, of art criticism. How did all of that contribute, or maybe for or against, the idea of a mad genius, of a relationship between his mental state, an artist's mental illness or mental state, and madness? So that person mentions Antonin Artaud and Bataille as thinkers who would take this discussion beyond. Alison and Simon, feel free to comment also if you want.
Well, what comes to mind is that the way artists are depicted in their own time by critics, for instance, is quite. Let's stick to Van Gogh for a moment to keep it a little bit more concise. With Aurier, he presented Van Gogh in a certain way, which related him to the symbolism, to the symbolists, and you see that being repeated again and again. Not so much that Van Gogh was related to Gauguin anymore and the symbolists, but the idea of the artist being very pure in his art, very this isolated artist just doing something. So it has an influence on that mad genius stereotype, which was repeated and still is very present, I believe. And I think in art, if you look at art history, in the sort of the historiography of it, how to deal with that idea, I think until the Second World War, art historians had trouble positioning Van Gogh because he was still seemingly different than other artists. So there was still very much room to interpret his art in connection to his illness and all the anecdotes that were there. So it was quite so that mad genius image built up more and more and more. And I think after the Second World War, art historians were more able to grasp Van Gogh's position as an artist. But his image was still there with that mad genius type. And Artaud, what is mentioned, Artaud was very much against the idea of seeing Van Gogh as someone who was ill. He felt society was ill, so sort of more in line with the or with the the anti-psychiatry movement. that it's not about the people, but it's about the people who suffer, but it's about society who has no room for these people. So that's sort of another. That's yeah. I think it still emphasizes that Van Gogh was different, being a different person, and that something must have been, well, with him, something wrong or special with him. Well, just to, it's a very large question, this.
Ok, obrigado, Laura, pela resposta. Acho que
Thank you, Laura, for your answer.
ajudou bastante.
It's been very
Por favor,
helpful.
Simon, Alison, gostariam de
Simon or
comentar algo
Alison,
nessa
would you like
direção?
to say something related to this question?
Alison, you want to say anything?
Sure. I'll just add that going back before Van Gogh to the rise of Romanticism in the early 19th century, there was this idea of the artist as genius, as unique individual, and also as a bit of a loner or a renegade. And I think Delacroix, who Laura certainly pointed to as being a very important point of reference and role model for Van Gogh. Baudelaire talks about Delacroix and his ivory tower. So the idea of this artist, the artist being apart from society, I think also gets folded into the mad genius, is to understand why the artist would be apart from society. And with Van Gogh's time, this gets compounded with the rise of the proliferation of the press in France and the West more broadly, photojournalism, interviews, and the idea of the artist as a celebrity. So it becomes this idea of seeing the artist as, again, another way of understanding the artist as a singular individual and trying to find ways to justify what makes this particular individual special and different, and on a case-to-case basis. And of course, as we've seen and we'll continue to see all day with Van Gogh, his mental health struggles becomes a part of understanding what made him apart from society, from other artists, trying to resolve the question of what made him different.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that just the context of the marketplace, because, you know, writers, Robert Jensen and others have talked about, and the White and Whites, you know, the whole idea of the dealer-critic system, and the way in which the mad genius idea was actually a very marketable construct. It was an idea that was appealing to collectors. So I think, you know, what Laura said about, I mean, Aurier seems to be sort of key, at least in terms of Van Gogh, in constructing that idea for him. But it's kind of picked up on not only by later critics, but also later dealers in Van Gogh's work, like Vollard and Cassira, because they see it as having, you know, sort of marketable potential. So just to bring in that market dimension as well.
That's also to add on that artists in the early 20th century noticed that marketable aspect of the mad genius. You see that the expressionists start to use that image as well, sort of exploiting that image of the suffering artist, which you see with the Kirchners and the Kokoschka, etc. So it's sort of the interaction going on and on and on and on.
Ok, muito obrigado. Acho que, né, responderam muito bem a essa questão colocada.
I think that you answered very well to this question. There's another question that I found very interesting here. It is more directed at Alison and Simon, but if Laura wants to say something, feel free to do so. This question relates to the relationship Van Gogh with religion. On Dr. Gauchet's theory on melancholy, he talks about one type of melancholy and delirium associated with religious feelings. And we can also remember that Van Gogh has a religious past that was quite strong because he was the son of a preacher. Oftentimes, this leads to a complicated relationship that he had with his son. He himself was a missionary. And as of a given point, he feels this disillusion with religion. And his relationship with religion becomes more scarce. So I would like you to comment on a possible relationship between Van Gogh and Van Gogh mental issues with religion. And do you think it is possible to say that religion's influence, religion plays an influence not just on his quote-unquote madness, but could that be related to the fact that he was a Protestant? Maybe something related to a professional call?
I think that certainly religion impacted how Van Gogh and his contemporaries related to the world, and I think it shaped perceptions of mental illness more than it necessarily shaped the lived experience of having mental health struggles. We see with Theo's response to Van Gogh painting Starry Night and other works that were drawing more from imagination than from purely direct observation, as him saying, I think you're better when you're grounded in reality, that there's something of a sort of Protestant mentality of being grounded in earthly things and not that sort of mindset is maybe informing Theo and at times informing Vincent as well. And we can see this with Vincent van Gogh's discomfort with his friend Gauguin and Bernard's overt religious imagery, with them creating these images of Christ in the Garden of Olives and other images. Bernard's Christ with a crucifix seemed to really trigger Van Gogh to a negative response. And Van Gogh responding by, at that time, taking a stance against working from imagination and also creating his own views of laborers in olive groves in Provence by countering this imagined scene from the Bible with an observed scene of olive pickers at the time as he observed, and trying to evoke this religious idea based on reality versus imagining a scene, although as we know he had tried and failed to do that, and that may have fueled his own frustration. But interestingly, he found certain exceptions to this idea that artists should not portray religious imagery directly from the Bible. And one of those exceptions was Rembrandt, who he credited as being capable of painting angels because they were based on years and years of observing real people, that fueled his sort of mental reservoir, that when it came time to create this image from his imagination, it was so grounded in reality, he successfully created this religious image. And so Van Gogh believed that was maybe the best or most appropriate, or at least the most Dutch, let's say, means of inventing a composition, was to take what had been observed and let that inform what was then generated in the mind. So we might say that attachment to reality, or his inability to completely let go of direct observation and wanting to be grounded in reality, as being informed by both the sort of Protestant mindset and his own concerns about his mental acuity and mental health. So I do think there is these are definitely interwoven issues that fueled how Van Gogh understood himself and how he behaved in the world, but I don't know that there's a causation.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I mean, sort of the premise of the question, that the idea that Van Gogh's work is underpinned by this kind of deeply spiritual aspect to his personality. I agree with that, and that Deborah Silverman has written about this and others, but sometimes I feel it's actually not given enough attention in the Van Gogh literature. That said, I think it's difficult to connect Van Gogh's mental illness directly with his religion. That seems kind of potentially problematic to me, but it's definitely worth exploring more. So I'm going to think more about that after this question, and also think more about religion as being a potentially sort of linking point between Van Gogh and Gachet. We know a certain amount about Gachet's religion. We know about his interest in sort of some unconventional religious ideas, his interest in the occult, seances, etc. But again, these are ideas which I think need to be explored more and sort of passed out, and I think they can help more also in exploring that sort of dynamic between Van Gogh and Gachet.
Ótimo, muito obrigado. Temos
Thank you.
uma próxima questão.
Now we have another question, very interesting question directed at Alison specifically. But obviously, Simon and Laura can also give their take on this. Alison, thank you for your reflection. You were taking memory and imagination as synonyms? Isn't memory halfway between imagination and what has been extensively observed in reality? I'm thinking about the 17th century and the differentiation between memory and imagination, which is very clear in art history treatises, such as the German classics like Hegel. But in the 18th and 19th century, is there a distinction between those two concepts? How are those two terms intertwined, in your opinion?
Yes, thank you for that question. There certainly is a distinction that persists through the 19th century. There was a movement, it's a question that divided artists into groups across aesthetic lines. It's quite interesting. Those who fell into the camp of direct observation versus those who fell into the camp of working detached. But there was a movement led by an art teacher, Lecoq, who wanted to promote the idea of memory and truly the act of observing something, whether it was a scene, a still life, or another work of art, copying it until it became sort of muscle memory, and then being able to recreate that same scene from memory as an important element to drawing instruction in the 19th century. But with the circle around Van Gogh, with Gauguin, Bernard, they don't draw quite the same distinction, and they use the term de tête to reflect both. And it's because they're not necessarily synonyms, but they are deeply interrelated. We have not arrived at the moment of pure abstraction yet among these artists. So even when Gauguin, for example, is inventing a scene from his mind, of course, he can't help but be informed by a lifetime of visual observation. He will invent a face, but he is in necessarily basing that face on those he has observed before. And even working from direct observation requires some memory, because you're rarely looking at what you are depicting. As you're depicting it, you have to look up and down, and as you are actually making the mark, you are remembering what you've just seen. So there is a distinction between memory and imagination, but because memory is imperfect and gaps need to be filled in, and because imagination is informed by what you know and what you've seen, that the two ideas can't be fully separated. So there is a distinct practice of favoring one versus the other, but they can never be totally divided between one or the other.
What I found interesting is that in the 19th century, you see it that also psychiatrists start to discuss the imagination and wonder, when is it imagination, when is it an hallucination? That they have this quite energetic debates, I believe, to see where that border exactly is, and if it's almost sort of more than just an imagination. Is it already part of a mental illness? And what I think is maybe sometimes confusing with the word imagination is that we nowadays link it straight away to fantasy. Whereas in the 19th century was not that much the case. It was more indeed with the memory, imagination. I agree totally. It's very much interrelated and sometimes sort of synonymous with artists. When you're able to sketch an image in your mind and then you're able to present it on the canvas or in a book, which makes it complicated sometimes to understand what are they talking about now. Which type of imagination are they discussing at the moment?
I mean, I just add to that. You know, I spent some time looking through some of the medical literature. You know, particularly in the sort of mid to late 19th century in France, and there is just so much of it, and you know, I feel in some ways it needs to be mined more just as a context for Van Gogh, and these terms are, you know, are discussed, and there's a, you know, Ferré and you know, Esquirol and others that they're talking about in some detail about the different kinds of mania at the time, and that, you know, the ideas of hallucination are discussed, for example, and that again, I think that medical discourse sort of delving into that is an important area kind of going forward for, you know, as context for the whole 19th century, but for 19th century art history, I mean, but also for Van Gogh. I thought it was interesting, by the way, Laura, when you were talking about Mérion. I mean, that sort of, you know, context there, because Gachet, you know, visited Mérion. There's a connection there, and thinking about that sort of lineage of artists. You mentioned Troyon and Monticelli and others who, you know, with whom Van Gogh could identify.
I think that Van Gogh and Gachet were etching one day, and then he was given a portrait by Mérion, and that's also, yeah, they must have discussed this artist as well. What was going on with Mérion? Yeah. We can only speculate on that.
Yeah.
Ok, muito obrigado. Tem uma questão aqui voltada especialmente.
Here we have a question for Simon Kelly. That's an interesting question.
Simon, o senhor fala em tradução.
Simon, you talk about translation of patients.
Tomarmos a ideia de tradução.
If we take this idea of translation, what's unique about this translator? How many of these interpretations could also say more about the physician rather than the patient? Could we think about an inversion and maybe a displacement of this position of power that is associated with an interpretation, taken into account, obviously, the historical, social, and cultural context of the area, of the time?
I'm not sure that is translation is translation?
Did you hear me?
No, I heard
yeah.
you.
Okay. Yeah.
Is translation the right translation? Is my question. But I'm just not quite sure about what the question is, because I didn't talk specifically about translation in my paper. What I can maybe speak to is, and I think this probably would connect to the question, is that the more you look into this medical literature, you realize that it was contested. There wasn't like a clear viewpoint about treating mental illness at the time. There were a range of contesting viewpoints, and Ferre was having a different approach on certain things to Esquirol, or people were looking back to Pinel, and Gachet was kind of situated within that wider discourse, and he doesn't always agree with some of those other psychiatrists with whom he'd been working before. So I sort of my sense, looking at the sort of looking into this in some detail, was that there was a great deal of debate about how to treat mental illness at the time, and I think to some extent, to speak about Gachet, he was quite experimental. He was open to approaches like electrotherapy, for example, which is and that's you think about electroconvulsive therapy, which is still used but is quite controversial. He was certainly interested in the idea of electrotherapy, but I think just thinking about the sort of multivalent approaches to treating mental illness is that's what I sort of drew from what I was researching. I'm not sure what that is. That what you had? The question about translation is. Maybe you can? I don't know if you can amplify that a little bit.
Simon, eu acho que você já conseguiu responder.
Simon, I think you were able to answer this question.
Uma troca
And we don't have a back and forth with the person who asked the question, so we can't clarify it.
Okay.
Também porque eu queria ainda dar tempo de colocar.
Also, I'd love for us to still have time for more questions.
Aí ao final do nosso tempo, e também para não
We're
ficar
nearing
muito
the
corrido no
end
final,
of this
como
panel.
às vezes acontece. Tem muitas
And we don't want to rush it in the end.
voltadas
Now, we have several other questions here that are connected with the current relationship that museums and cultural institutions have with this, that they have with the problems of specific mental disorders.
Eu reuni aqui algumas delas, e gostaria que elas são
So
dirigidas.
I put together some of these questions.
Laura, Alison e o Simon, então acho
Laura,
que
Alison, and Simon could be answering them, however they wish.
Na opinião de vocês, por que ainda não conseguimos?
So in your opinion, why aren't we able yet to understand an artist who has a specific mental disorder to ensure that blind artists, deaf artists, blind and deaf artists or neurodivergent artists are not subject to the same kind of exclusion and isolation nowadays that Van Gogh was subject to at that time, which was very common in the 19th century.
Também, uma pergunta para Laura, mas que também eu acho que vale.
Then we have a question specifically for Laura, but I do believe other panelists could answer them if they wish.
A sua pesquisa
Here's the question.
Como a figura do gênio louco, entre aspas,
in your research, we see the image of the mad genius and how this was built historically and culturally with the onset of psychiatric studies in the 19th century. And we see Van Gogh as one of its biggest role models, or poster boys. Now, how can museums deconstruct the romanticizing of an artist's mental health? In practice, what can museums do to actually come up with a welcoming discourse to embrace these people? How can museums create an experience during visits to foster connection and treatment? Laura, I think you may start.
I would say these are two different things. If for instance, with Van Gogh and that mad genius image, how museums should deal with that, I would say that a museum should especially focus on his art, and not so much on his life. Because his life maybe attracts the audience, that will happen anyway. But as a museum, you can show how Van Gogh was related to his time, to his predecessors, how he influenced others, and really focus on him being an artist. And I really very much believe that he was a very good artist, despite his illness. Of course, there are some influences there, but I think every life experience influences you in one way or the other. So we should be careful with that. So that I think museums should do with artists, and then with the opening up the museum to people. I don't know if they're necessarily then artists who struggle themselves with mental illness or other ailments. I think that a lot of museums are working on that more from the audience type, so that you are able to visit the museum in a good and pleasant manner, that you're not too much stimulated or agitated by everything you see, and the noises and everything, all the distractions. And they have programs for people who are blind that they still can enjoy art. But there's of course another thing to open up the museum for people who make art, who struggle with mental illness, and then I still believe that you should separate the two, and you should not say he's not a good artist because he has a mental illness, but also not say he's a good artist because he has a mental illness. You should say, is he a good artist? And then illness shouldn't be relevant to that, unless it's of course part of the topic of his art, and you can sort of include that.
But Laura, do you think that, I mean, I have a question about that, because I know that's a sort of, that's often the kind of line, but it just seems difficult to me. I mean, it's like, it seems that in some ways his illness must fuel his work in some way. And the idea of saying that his art is always produced in spite of his illness, I mean, it just seems a bit reductive to me in some ways, and it just seems more complicated than that. I think in some ways his mental illness, to completely separate it from the artwork, I just have a problem with that, because it must impact the artwork in some way. I think it must fuel the artwork. I mean, even the works, Alison, you were talking about. I mean, he talked about those as being produced at a time when he was in a sort of deep mental distress, right? So weren't they produced at that time, or were they? Maybe you can clarify that. I mean, this is kind of the crux of the exhibition in many ways, Fernando, I think, to sort of trying to sort of work through that relationship.
Yeah, I mean, because this crisis, which lasted for 9 weeks, which is an extraordinarily long time, just to put it in perspective, this crisis, this final episode, lasted 66 days. His entire time living with with Gauguin in the Yellow House in Arles was 64 days. So to go that entire span with writing only one letter, with creating so few works other than the sketches and these 3 paintings, it's unclear exactly at what moment he painted them, because there is this blind spot of information, because he wasn't writing, because he wasn't well enough. It seems to have happened towards the very end, in mid-late April. So as he was coming out of this crisis, perhaps as a means to help him recover from this latest episode. I think you both make great points, that I think museums have responsibility to put the artist and the artwork forward more so than the life and the individual, that these are institutions dedicated to what they created and the context in which they did so, more so than biography. But of course, biography can never be fully elided. I think it comes down to a question of priority and sensitivity. I think we've come a long way since the 1950s, when you have,
Lust for Life, this, Vincente Minnelli film where you see Van Gogh as the archetypal starving artist, mad genius, where it presents him almost as this conduit where he is seeing the world the way his painting looked, and it's not his creative mind and his deliberate choices as a purposeful, intentional artist creating works that look this way. It's as if he, because of his mental illness, could not help but see the world in a certain way and had to thus create artworks that were a one-to-one translation of that, and not an active, purposeful interpretation that was, as we know, not in isolation, but very much in conversation with his peers, his contemporaries, as well as the artists of the past that he admired and beloved in many cases. So I think emphasizing artist's capability is maybe the compromise, not to dismiss personal struggles, whether it's mental illness or any of the many other hardships that artists might endure and persevere through or take inspiration from, whatever the individual cases may be. But there are also ways to be sensitive, both for the sake of the legacy of the artist and for the audiences of museums, who will include people with many struggles of their own, whether they be mental illness or anything else. And I think of something like a museum that produces beautiful exhibitions, catalogs, didactics, wall labels that sensitively treat these issues, but then have a gift shop that will sell. I can't tell you how many times I've been gifted ear-shaped erasers with Van Gogh's name on them, making light and profit off of what was a violent, terrible, dark episode in this real human being's life. Yeah. So there are ways to sensitively address this, but also making sure you're not making light of it or making fun of it, not just for Van Gogh's sake, but for the sake of all the people who are coming into your space.
I would also say, I think a good strategy could be, and I know at in Sao Paulo, you've been great in doing this, Fernando and Adriano, is placing these 19th century artists within wider art historical narratives, and I think to think about the dialogue between art and madness, not only in terms of historical artists but contemporary artists. That's the way of Yayoi Kusama, for example, is somebody who springs to mind. That there's sometimes that discourse around her work, and that's the way also of making these debates seem very current.
And to add to that, bringing contemporary artists who may be dealing with similar struggles, bringing them into the conversation, because they can voice their experiences and any relationship between mental health and their creative process in a way that artists of the past are no longer able to participate in a back and forth dialogue.
Yeah, and to come back to that idea of I don't say you should neglect his mental illness totally if you look into his art, but I do think you have to be very much careful and not say, oh, he's this yellow, or it's not very realistic because he was ill, which happens a lot, especially if you read the medical literature, which is quite shocking sometimes. Yeah. But what I think was interesting, when I dived into for my research, I dived into different artists, and also Delacroix, who is considered to be mainly a healthy artist until he had some physical illness at the end of his life. You see him, especially as a very young artist, and also later on, he struggles with creating the burden of to create constantly, to find inspiration, or when you have inspiration that you have to work on it and not to look at other women, for instance, or go out, just as the normal issues all young people have. And you see with all artists who have high ambitions and who wants to do something new, they're always struggling with it, and also how will it be received? No one is waiting for your work yet, and that struggle is, I think, that's very much there also with Van Gogh. But in the end, he wants his art especially to give joy to the people, not to be sad or be a burden with his mental illness.
Consolation.
Yeah, consolation and joy. Yeah.
Muito bem, excelente. Muito
Great.
obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Alison, Laura,
Alison,
Simon.
Laura,
Por favor, temos
Simon.
ainda alguns minutos. Se vocês
We
quiserem
still
fazer
have a few minutes,
algumas
so
considerações
I think we
finais de
have a couple of
encerramento,
minutes for each one of you
aí
for your
o
closing
microfone está
remarks,
aberto para
should you have
vocês.
any. Please go ahead.
Well, I thought it was very interesting to hear the other talks and have the questions from the audience. Although I'm sort of careful with the topic, it's also very much my topic to dive into. So I'm very happy to discuss it every time I can. So and I learned a lot already from Simon and Alison. So thank you for organizing this.
I'll echo that. Thank you so much. This was a fascinating conversation, and I'm very familiar with both Laura and Simon's writings on Van Gogh, among others, and it was a pleasure to hear more about your work today and to speak with you. And looking forward to hearing this afternoon's speakers, and of course seeing Fernando, where you and MASP take these ideas with the exhibition to come in 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I just echo what Laura and Alison said, and Fernando's really kind of stimulating to hear both of their talks, and it does seem that this topic is very timely. If you look at whole range of discourse, academic discourse, just popular literature, the whole idea of thinking about disability and disability studies and thinking about it carefully, as I think this exhibition will do, and thoughtfully, is really timely. So I applaud MASP for doing this exhibition and pushing forward with the subject, which isn't an easy one, but it's an important one.
Muito obrigado, Simon, Laura,
Thank you so
Alison,
much, Simon,
foi
Laura, and
excelente
Alison. This was
a
excellent.
participação de vocês. Espero que a gente possa continuar dialogando
This was excellent. And I do hope we can continue this conversation and that you can continue contributing to this project until we start this exhibit with Van Gogh in mid-2027. That's when we'll have a full year dedicated to the stories of madness. And we are discussing stories, plural,
de histórias da loucura. Ele vem sendo aplicado aí há pelo menos
with the concept of the stories of madness. We've been working with these ideas for 10 years in our museum. So this is why we use the plural form of the word. This goes beyond the traditional canon regarding madness. We want to shine the spotlight on creators and artists who were somehow erased or who were somehow dismissed in traditional history, in the canon of art. So this is applicable to art history overall, which is European-based, but it's also applicable to a system that reproduced itself in each country, that multiplied to different countries. This also happened in Brazil. We have this big traditional Brazilian art history, which leaves out much of our production.
Às vezes é possível se resgatar, com os arquivos, às vezes com os poucos
Sometimes it is possible to recover some of that through archives. Sometimes we can find remnants of it. Our museum is still learning. These seminars are extremely important in this sense. We're bringing folks from abroad. And in the seminars about the history of madness, this is going to become really clear. And I think this goes beyond the field of art history itself. Of course, while you were speaking, I thought
de uma
about the
pessoa que é
book,
muito próxima ao museu,
a book
né,
by
que é a
somebody who is
pesquisadora
really close to
Kyra
this museum.
Cabanhas, né, que publicou
I'm talking
recentemente
about researcher
em
Kyra
inglês e
Cabanhas.
também foi publicado aqui no Brasil o
She
livro
was published
Aprender com a
recently in
Loucura,
Brazil
né? Então a gente
and
tem
also
pensado
in English.
bastante nessa
It's a
ideia
book
de
called Learning from
aprender com a loucura,
Madness.
né? Mas também
So
como
we've been
fazer isso, de que modo fazer
delving
isso,
into the topic of how
certamente
to
é uma
learn
questão
from madness.
delicada e não é uma
But the
tarefa
how
simples. Também
is
gostaria de
what
lembrar
matters
de
here.
experiências
It's
recentes do
complicated
MASP
and it's
com a
delicate.
ideia de artistas
Also,
autodidatas que
MASP
também são
recently
chamados
started
aqui no
approaching
Brasil de artistas
self-taught
populares. Aí o
artists.
pessoal da
In
tradução,
Brazil, we
cuidado,
call
porque
them
essa tradução de popular
people's artists.
não está
And we
associada à
must be
ideia de
careful with
arte
the translation
pop
of
art,
this.
né? Mas é
It's
mais uma
not
ideia de
pop
folk,
art when
né?
we
E
call them
também de
popular,
artista
but they are
autodidata,
folk
né?
artists
Self-taught.
or
E aí a
people's
gente sempre
artists,
lembra aqui
and they
um
are
trabalho que a gente
self-taught.
fez com a Maria Auxiliadora, que era uma artista
So we
autodidata,
worked
né,
with
de
Maria
origem humilde, que
Auxiliadora. She
não
was a
estudou,
self-taught
obviamente, no
artist.
sistema da
She came from
arte
humble beginnings.
tradicional
She
canônico,
didn't go to the
e uma
canon
pessoa que também não
traditional art
possuía redes sociais
educational
que
background,
a colocassem nos espaços tradicionais. Então, o que
and she didn't
aconteceu é
have
que ela
access
acabou,
to
apesar de ter feito
social
uma exposição
networks that would
no
put her
MASP,
at spaces
na
of
década de
privilege.
60, ela acabou
So
ficando
she
cerca de
had an exhibit
40
at
anos,
MASP
quatro
in the
décadas
60s, but she
esquecida.
basically
Quando a gente
spent
foi
4 decades
trabalho
being
com ela,
forgotten. She was
primeiro,
forgotten for
isso tem
four
a ver com uma
decades.
questão que o Simon falou, havia muito
And then we
escrito,
started working
muito
with
não,
her
né? Mas
again.
havia muita
This
coisa
has to do
escrita
with what
sobre
Simon was saying.
a biografia
There
dela.
were many
Era
writings
uma
about her
abordagem
life,
totalmente
about her
hagiográfica e muito pouco
biography.
escrito
They had a
sobre a obra
biographical
dela em si.
approach to her,
Então, como
but there
sempre a
wasn't
gente vem
much about
tentando
her
fazer no
work.
museu, a gente passou a olhar e
And at
convidou
our museum,
historiadores,
we're now looking
pesquisadores a
into a
escrever
different
sobre
thing. So we
a
started
obra da
asking
Maria Auxiliadora,
researchers
olhar,
and
voltar o
scholars to
trabalho
write about her work.
voltar a olhar para o trabalho dela e menos
We
para a vida
asked
dela.
them to
E é
focus
isso
on
que
her
a gente vai
work,
tentar
not on her
fazer
life.
nesse ano do
This is what
Histórias da
we'll be
Loucura,
trying
não
to
só com Van
foster
Gogh,
this
mas
year
com
with the
outros
histories of
artistas
madness,
que vão estar presentes aí em
not only with Van Gogh,
2027.
but with other artists
Então,
in
mais uma vez,
2027.
parabéns, muito obrigado
Once again,
aos
congratulations.
palestrantes, né,
Thank you
pelo
very
alto
much to our
nível aqui da
panelists
nossa
for the
conversa hoje,
high-level
muito
discussions that
interessante.
we had today.
Agradecer
This was really
também
interesting.
aos participantes
I'd also
que
like
estão
to
com a
thank our
gente
attendees who were with us
online,
online.
né, no YouTube. E a gente vai fazer então agora uma pausa e
We're now
voltaremos
going to take a
às
break
14h30, né,
and
com a
we'll be
mesa
back at
que vai
2:30
reunir as
p.m.
falas
Brazilian
da
time.
Henschke Coen-Terwaert e do Benno Tempel, que são
We have
do
Rensk,
Museu Kröller-Müller, né, na Holanda, e
Cohen
também do
Tenvayert,
Martin
and Benno
Bailey,
Tempel
que é o
from the
biógrafo,
Cohen-Miller
um dos
Museum
biógrafos, né, do
in
Van Gogh. E
Deutschland.
depois, às
And then we
16
have
horas,
Martin Bailey, one
o
of the
Felipe
biographers for Van
Martinez.
Gogh. And then
E
at
aí a gente
4
vai ter
p.m. Brazilian
a
time, we have
apresentação
Felipe
específica, né, para essas
Martinez.
mesas, obviamente.
We'll have a
Então,
specific
muito
presentation
obrigado
in each
e
one of
até
these
logo
sessions.
mais.
Thank you
Tchau,
so
tchau.
much and see you later. 2, 1, we're live.
Olá, boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. We are resuming our program of the Delirious Van Gogh Seminar. I'm Laura Calzande. I'm the assistant curator of MASP and will be the mediator of the next panel that will have Martin Bailey and Renske Cohen-Tarvert. And at 4, we are going to have one final presentation with the participation of Felipe Martinez. The Delirious Van Gogh Seminar is being made as part of an exhibit dedicated to this artist that will take place in 2027, the year when the whole program will be dedicated to histories of delirium. In 2024, MASP will also conduct another seminar related to this topic, conducted by under Cabana's curatorship in December. Before we start our presentations, I would like to thank both speakers for accepting our invitation and also to thank the team that is supporting the organization of this meeting. The audience can send their questions through the chat on YouTube, and we're going to share those questions at the end of their talks. So now let's start with Renske Cohen-Tarvert, who is a curator of the Kröller-Müller Museum in the Netherlands. She is a master from History of Art from the University of Amsterdam. She specialized in the artistic production of the end of the 19th and early 20th century with a specific interest in Vincent van Gogh, the history of collecting and international art market. She prepared this talk in partnership with Benno Tempel, the current curator of that museum. Also, he was a director of the museum, and in the 2019 he was a curator of the Venice presentation, also from Van Gogh from 27, and return again later. So Renske?
Thank you so much. I'll share my screen. I hope you can see my presentation. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to share some reflections within the broader theme of the seminar, Delirious Van Gogh. The paper I'm presenting today is a collaboration between myself and Benno Tempel, director of the Kröller-Müller Museum. And unfortunately, he couldn't join us today, but he sends his warmest regards. It's still a paper that is work in progress, and its aim is to reflect on Vincent van Gogh's painting technique. And I will start with one of many quotes from the beautiful letters written by the artist himself. Now, at long last, this morning the weather has changed and has turned milder. And I've already had an opportunity to find out what this mistral's like too. I've been out on several hikes round about here, but that wind always made it impossible to do anything. The sky was a hard blue with a great bright sun that melted just about all the snow. But the wind was so cold and dry, it gave you goose pimples. This was written by Vincent to his brother Theo, 3 weeks after arriving in Arles, in the south of France. This first encounter with Provence, fully covered by snow and battling a strong wind, was in stark contrast to what he had envisioned before he set off. Tired and overwhelmed by his life in Paris, Van Gogh left for Provence on 19 February 1888, driven by an idealized vision of the South. He imagined a landscape reminiscent of Japan and hoped for a simpler, more affordable life than in the fashionable capital. He believed the milder climate would allow him to work more, and the absence of big city distractions would help him focus entirely on his art. With the promise of pleasant weather, better food, and greater peace and quiet, he also hoped to recover both physically and mentally, because the bustling city life had worn him out. Once settled in Arles, he dreamt of convincing his fellow artists to join him there. But with so many expectations, disappointment was almost inevitable. Life did not suddenly become easier for Vincent. In hindsight, the snow was an omen. He continued to struggle with financial worries, loneliness, doubts about his work, and ongoing health issues. Nonetheless, in the south of France, Van Gogh went through a highly dynamic period. After 8 years of searching, he finally discovered his own artistic style. But it was also a time marked by several mental crises. While his distinctive use of color and his mental state are often highlighted as defining aspects of his work, this paper will focus instead on another key element, his brushwork, or facture as it was so eloquently referred to in his time. And please admire the amazing brushwork in this painting of willows, one of these early works from Arles. The enduring emotional impact of Van Gogh's paintings is due in part to his distinctive and powerful brushwork. At the same time, it is precisely this energetic style that has contributed to the widespread image of Van Gogh as a tormented soul. The initial reception of Van Gogh's work came in a period with an emphasis on the personal and self-expressive. This has colored the interpretation of Van Gogh's work until this very day. Especially the intensity of his art, particularly its coloration and brushwork, were regarded as the manifestation of personal feelings. Soon after his death, Van Gogh's work became an example for younger generations of artists. First and foremost, the expressionist, but also influential is outsider art, for which Van Gogh became one of the most important references. In art brut, art created by self-taught artists of whom some were known to have mental health issues, it is often the brushwork, the way of drawing or painting, that defines the work as outside the boundaries of official art. For example, a simplification of forms, giving it a naive appearance, and by intense filling of the painting's surface, giving the impression of a horror vacui, a fear of leaving parts of the medium empty. It is only natural that their work also shaped the way Van Gogh's art has been interpreted. When analyzing the vocabulary used to define Van Gogh's brushwork, it is notable that it is done in terms that are often used to describe the state of mind of people with mental health issues. Words such as turbulence, restless, busy, manic, but also ecstatic, twisted, oppressive, claustrophobic, are by no means unusual to find in descriptions of his compositions and brushwork. Some of these images are oppressive, come at you, and give you a claustrophobic feeling. Sometimes everything swirls so much that objects cannot be clearly distinguished from each other. The shapes merge. Figures sometimes blend into the surrounding nature, as in the ravine from the Kröller-Müller collection. This raises an important question. Are we witnessing traces of his illness expressed through his brushwork? Or are we looking at an artist who consciously used technique to achieve a particular effect? We find that Van Gogh frequently wrote about his artistic intentions, suggesting that the intensity of his brushwork was a deliberate choice or a result of specific external circumstances rather than a symptom. In this presentation, the focus will be on the effect of weather conditions on his style, like the intense summer heat and the mistral, a cold, dry wind from the north-northwest, which blows in the Rhone Valley and the coastal regions of southeast France. It is well known that these conditions have profound effects on the well-being of the people living in this region. In his letters, Van Gogh mentions the effect these conditions have on his mood and how they are challenging him as an outdoor painter. In Arles and Saint-Rémy, the scorching sun and the mistral wind are palpable in Van Gogh's work. When the mistral blows, it often lasts for several days at a time. Van Gogh repeatedly writes about the challenges of working in these unpredictable conditions. Wheatfield with Setting Sun is one of these paintings that originates during a treacherous day spent outside. Van Gogh writes to his friend and fellow artist Émile Bernard, "I painted it out in the mistral. My easel was fixed in the ground with iron pegs, a method that I recommend to you. You shove the feet of the easel in, and then you push a 50-centimeter long iron peg in beside them. You tie everything together with ropes. That way you can work in the wind." Although sometimes when the wind is, and I quote, "very nasty and nagging," and the easel didn't stand firm, he laid his canvas flat on the ground and worked on his knees. Despite the creative solutions he devised to be able to work outside, regardless of the weather conditions, he still had a hard time finishing his paintings the way he had intended. His immense frustration shines through in a letter to his brother a few weeks later, in which he writes, "How I'd make a painting if there wasn't this bloody wind. That's the thing that's annoying here when you plant your easel somewhere. And it's definitely for that reason that the painted studies aren't as finished as the drawings. The canvas shakes all the time. For drawing, it doesn't bother me." And if we look at one of these fabulous drawings where he combines hatching with staccato lines and dots and more lively lines to sense the wind sweeping through the trees, you can see the first glimpses of the dynamic strokes that he would eventually apply to his paintings as well. But back to painting. Working in these conditions meant he had to paint excessively fast, and that he had to put the composition on the canvas in one go. Again he writes to Bernard, "Is that a fault? I can't help it. Isn't it rather intensity of thought than calmness of touch that we're looking for? And in the given circumstances of impulsive work on the spot and from life, is a calm and controlled touch always possible? Well, it seems to me, no more than fencing moves during an attack." And what is striking is that he describes the wind as an attack that keeps reappearing and assailing the artist. This Wheatfield shows how he was experimenting with this whirlwind kind of brushwork and color. The horizon is high, so the field takes up almost the entire painting. He juxtaposes the golden yellow of the ripe wheat with a swirl of different colors for the plants in the foreground. And looking at a detail of the brushwork in this painting, you can immediately imagine Van Gogh using his brush as a sword or a saber, parrying and attacking the canvas with accurate scoring of faster actions, lighter touches, and more touches to the back and flank. And here I show you approximately the same detail in raking light, to give a better idea of the impasto, the thickness of the brushwork, which he so admired in the paintings of the Provençal artist Adolphe Monticelli, who Alora Prince also named in her presentation. Not only the wind had an impact on his mental and physical state. The scorching sun came into play as well. Spending his mornings in the fields unprotected to the heat often tired him out completely. Although it did not deter him from setting off again the next day with his easel and painting equipment. The heat radiates from these, and I quote, "old gold-yellow landscapes, done quick, 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 and in a hurry, like the reaper, or in this case, the sower, who is silent under the blazing sun, concentrating on getting the job done." And to prove that the heat of the sun doesn't only emanate through Van Gogh's use of bright and contrasting colors, I show you here an example of the same subject in a pen and ink drawing. Van Gogh was very much aware that he could use this unintentional effect in his brushwork caused by external circumstances to his advantage, of which one of these circumstances was the Mistral, or the blazing sun. He wrote to Theo that this could lend his work an originality, because it was very different from his colleagues, who, according to himself, surpassed him in more precise brushwork. While the idea of fencing suggests that the artist found a way to manage the harsh conditions, he confessed to Theo that his struggle against the wind absolutely prevents one of being in control of one's touch, hence the wild look of the studies. He thought to repaint them at home on other canvases, because he worried that the execution lacked a more spiritual touch. Vincent wondered in his letter what his fellow artist Paul Gauguin, whom he invited to the Provence, would say about it if he was there, and if he would be in favor of looking for a more sheltered place. It might have been by chance that Van Gogh discovered a certain wild style of painting, inspired by the Mistral and the blazing Mediterranean sun. Nevertheless, he began to repeat and exaggerate the style because it served an expressive purpose. And this gained momentum with Gauguin's arrival in Arles in the autumn, when he started to experiment with Gauguin's synthetism. Synthetism emphasized the role of memory, imagination, and personal expression. The artist's feelings about a subject were to be visualized through bright patches of anti-naturalistic color, abstracted shapes, and flat decorative patterns and lines contorted like those of ancient woodcuts. Reminiscence of Garden of Eden is one of these paintings Van Gogh created from memory. His goal of, and I quote, the bizarre lines sought out and multiplied and snaking all over the painting was not to render the garden in its vulgar resemblance, but to draw it for us as if seen in a dream, in character, and yet at the same time stranger than reality. Following the snaking white line, the image plane can diagonally be divided into two parts, like yin and yang. In this imaginative garden, the trees and shrubs on the left side are bowing to the wind, while the somber-looking women are trying to protect themselves, hiding in their scarves and behind an umbrella. It is quite a contrast to the sunny and cheerful scene with the bright flowers on the right, as an explosion against the darkness. The arabesque lines are emphasized by contrasting brushwork. Not the long, rhythmic, curvy lines you would expect, but a multitude of ways in which he applies his brush in a more staccato, new impressionist way. Blotting, dotting, circling, short swirling, and these are by no means official terms for his technique. All hoping to enhance the poetic and dreamlike quality he was looking for. But as mentioned by Ellison, he was not satisfied with the result. Gauguin painted the same subject in his Arlésien Mistral. Except for the women hiding in their shawls and for the title of the painting, the wind is not perceptible by means of his brushwork. In other words, both artists incorporated the Mistral into their imaginative compositions, but each in their own distinct way. Van Gogh wanted to explore the expressive potential of synthetism to connect in his own way with Bernard and Gauguin. To Van Gogh, it was important that he didn't invent the entire painting, but that it was based on nature, albeit abstracted and exaggerated in line and color. It is clear from his letters that the confrontations with the other artists on this topic affected him deeply, and that he was trying to hold his own. He continued to work like a man possessed, the emotional roller coaster fueling his drive to work. In Saint-Rémy, Vincent ventured these experiments anew, with as the most important results the 3 night and evening landscapes: A Starry Night, Landscape with Wheat Sheaves and Rising Moon, and Country Road in Provence by Night. Nowadays, these are 3 of Van Gogh's most admired paintings due to the incredibly dynamic brushwork, but also the hallucinogenic effect. In these paintings, Van Gogh created imaginary landscapes by combining real motifs. His goal was to depict the spirit of the place, meaning the Provence, convincingly. One of the ways to achieve his goal was to use a stronger and more viral draughtsmanship by simplifying and accentuating, for example, by emphasizing the glow of the moon and the stars. His brother Theo was critical towards this more exaggerated, stylized approach and seemed to link Vincent's mental state to his way of painting and drawing, as Alison also told us this morning. The latest drawings, amongst them this drawing of Starry Night, look like they've been done in a fury and are a little more distanced from nature. Theo expressed the hope that he would be able to understand these studies better when seeing the result on canvas. When his paintings finally arrived in Paris, Theo wasn't convinced at all. He writes to Vincent, "I consider that you're strongest when you're doing real things. I clearly sense that what preoccupies you in the new canvases like The Village in the Moonlight or The Mountains, but I feel that the search for style takes away the real sentiment of things." Vincent, on the other hand, believed strongly that the expressive potential of synthetism resulted in paintings in which you would be able, and I quote, "to feel the whole of the region," including the vibrating atmosphere of a balmy or windy Provence. And he hoped that Theo would come to like his style in the end. In the darkest of days, Vincent himself sometimes felt that his style reflected his illness. While writing a letter to his sister Wilhelmine, he was working on this painting of, and I quote, "ravaged pines against a red-orange-yellow sky." And we see again a female figure protecting herself with her umbrella from what looks like to be a strong gush of wind. He writes, "I don't know what thoughts came to me. Upon looking at my canvas, I told myself, that's not it." And he decided to slash a green tone all over the sky, very clearly enlivening the sky with these soft green lines. Following this impulsive act, he continued to write that some of my paintings, when I compare them to others, certainly do bear the trace that it's a sick man who paints them. And I can assure you that I don't do it deliberately. But despite myself, my calculations end up at broken tones. It is fair to say that although, in certain cases, the brushwork gives the impression that it was painted by a troubled soul, and even the artist himself had doubts about the way his sanity was reflected in his art, Van Gogh always remained in control, even when his canvas was swaying in the wind. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, Renske, pela sua apresentação.
Thank you very much, Remsky, for this presentation.
Com a fala do Martin Bailey.
We now have Mr. Martin Bailey. Mr. Bailey is an author of many books on Van Gogh, like Starry Night, Van Gogh at the Asylum,
and the artist Rise to Fame, The Studio of the South,
in Arles and Ouvre, a study among others. He has a weekly blog with new research on Van Gogh at the Art newspaper. He also curated exhibitions at the London's Barbican Art Gallery, the Compton Fernie National Gallery of Scotland, and the Tate Britain Museum. Thank you. Please go ahead, Martin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to focus today on Van Gogh's period at the asylum, where he lived for a year. That's from May 1889 to May 1890. And I'll share some of the discoveries that emerged when I was researching my book, Starry Night, Van Gogh at the Asylum. Now, the asylum was based in a former monastery known as Saint Paul de Massol on the outskirts of the town of Saint-Rémy de Provence in the south of France. It's now a modern mental hospital with the historic parts of the complex open to the public. I would thoroughly recommend a visit, since just outside its walls, one can also see the marvellous landscape that so inspired the artist. Van Gogh retreated to this sheltered place 5 months after mutilating his ear, which had happened just before Christmas 1888. This destructive episode ended his collaboration with Paul Gauguin in the Yellow House in nearby Arles. Next slide, please. This advertising poster for the asylum gives a sanitized impression of the institution, describing it as a maison de santé, a house of health. However, the poster also illustrates the attractive landscape set under Les Alpilles, the Little Alps. In considering the impact of Van Gogh's stay at the asylum on his art, we need to ask what life was really like in the asylum. Part of the answer, I believe, lies in an important document which has been missed by Van Gogh specialists. In the municipal archive of Saint-Rémy de Provence, I found an admission register of patients who'd entered the asylum. Next, please. Turning to the page for 1889, I immediately found the entry for the asylum's most illustrious patient or inmate. Van Gogh's name is near the bottom of this image. Next, please. This records that Vincent van Gogh had been born in Holland, was aged 36, and had arrived from Arles. The 3 dates are given for his admission on the 8th of May 1889, for the medical report by the certifying doctor, that was the following day, and the date for the reports dispatched to the authorities the day after that. The day of Van Gogh's arrival was already known, so only minor details were new, but I immediately realized that the other names in the register would make it possible to identify the artist's fellow patients. It may come as a surprise that despite the size of the buildings, there were only 18 male patients in the asylum on the day of Van Gogh's arrival. This fortunately meant that he received relatively personal attention. The artist lived in this small community for a full year, sharing their sufferings. He soon came to know the patients well, describing them as, quote, my companions in misfortune, unquote. The admission register contains no medical data, but with the names of the fellow patients, I was able to use other sources to research their varied backgrounds and conditions. I was shocked to discover quite how ill most of them were, and what a challenging environment it must have created for Van Gogh. Just beneath Van Gogh's name in the register is Henri Enrico. Although not naming him, Vincent wrote to his brother Theo just after the man's arrival, saying that the new arrival, quote, breaks everything and shouts day and night, unquote. What a challenge for Van Gogh to be able to paint masterpieces when living in such an institution. Next. Whilst I tell you about another patient, I'm just showing you one of the masterpieces that he created in the asylum. This is simply a reminder of what he's able to do, surrounded as he was by such distressed people. Jean Ravello was aged just 20 when he had arrived in May 1887, 2 years before Van Gogh, and his name appears slightly earlier in the register. Ravello never learned to speak and was prone to acts of violence, but this isn't surprising since he was unable to communicate verbally. Vincent described the young man to Theo without actually naming him. Quote, a new person has arrived who is so agitated that he breaks everything and shouts day and night. He also tears the straitjackets, and up to now he scarcely calms down, unquote. Ravello was to end up living his entire life in the asylum. He died in 1932 at what was then the relatively old age of 65, after being confined there for nearly 45 years. In Van Gogh's studies, we rely enormously on the artist's letters, but I suspect that Vincent deliberately tried to avoid worrying his brother Theo in their correspondence. What we get from the letters is a rather sanitized impression of the asylum, with few complaints about the day-to-day misery of life with his companions in misfortune. Next, please. Moving on from the register, this is Van Gogh's painting of the corridor of one of the two male wings. Presumably one of the patients is in the far distance. Learning of the sufferings of the patients encouraged me to delve into the story of the asylum, which has surprisingly been little investigated by Van Gogh specialists. I wanted to learn more about what life must have been like for Van Gogh and for Enrico and Ravello. Unpublished papers from an 1874 official inspection of the asylum revealed very unpleasant details. Most distressing is the horrific revelation that the straw of the mattresses of the senile, demented patients was, quote, literally reduced to manure, unquote. Another source recorded that immobile patients were moved around the asylum in wheelbarrows. Fortunately, the 1874 report had led to prompt reforms headed by the recently appointed director, Dr. Théophile Peyron, the doctor who 15 years later would treat Van Gogh with such kindness and sensitivity. But although Dr. Peyron and his staff did their best, little was then known about the causes and nature of mental illnesses. Treatment was rudimentary, virtually non-existent. Asylum life for Van Gogh would have been very disturbing. It must have been difficult taking his meals in the refectory and trying to keep warm in the common room with his fellow patients. Both rooms were just off this corridor that in the painting. Many of the patients, probably most of them, were in considerable worse condition than himself. None of the inmates would have been interested in art. Although Van Gogh was very well read himself, most of the men would have been illiterate. Needless to say, he was far away from family, friends, and fellow artists. As for art, he only saw occasional reproductions in books and journals. So much of what he valued most in life remained elusively far away. But what he did have was the opportunity to continue to paint. Next, please. This is what he painted on his first full day at the asylum, flowers coming to life in the men's garden. It is an astonishingly optimistic image for someone who the day before had entered a mental institution. The other patients must have been astounded to see their new arrival set up his easel, take out his palette and paints, and produce such an exuberant painting at great speed. Van Gogh's year at the asylum certainly had its ups and downs. For most of the time, he was in relatively normal health, but at other times he faced severe crises and became completely disoriented and extremely distressed. At the asylum, he suffered 4 separate crises. These incapacitated him for a total of around 17 weeks, or roughly a third of his time. During these periods, he was forbidden from working with paint and even entering his studio, which was in another wing from that of his bedroom. He was therefore able to paint for a total of around 36 weeks, which makes his output even more impressive. A key question which this seminar is addressing is to try to determine the effect of Van Gogh's medical and psychological condition on his art. Some people argue that one can see clear signs of his mental struggles in his paintings. But is this the case? Next, please. For a short period, this was probably true. 2 groups of works were affected by his mental condition. There is a very small group of paintings which he described as reminiscences of the North, referring to his homeland in the Netherlands. Alison has just dealt with these in her stimulating paper, so I will only briefly touch on them. amounting to just a handful of paintings. These were probably done in late March to mid-April 1890, while he was recovering from his fourth and last attack at the asylum. At this time, he was thinking back to his childhood in Brabant. These paintings are characterized by wavy, jerky brushwork, quite possibly reflecting something of his tortured state of mind. Next, please. The second group are drawings, which again date from around the same period, March to April 1890. These may have been drawn when the artist was only just beginning to recover, but before he was well enough to be allowed access to paint. This is a much larger group than the paintings, amounting to around 60 drawings. Many are only very rough sketches, not finished artworks, although a few are of better quality. Frustrated at not being able to paint, the artist probably hoped that drawing would speed up his recovery. Now let's focus on the 2/3 of his time when he was able to paint. We'll begin by looking at his studio, which was in a former monastic cell. When relatively well, his life would revolve around this small private space. Next, please. We can see in this picture that there are some bottles and pots on the windowsill, some presumably with turpentine for diluting oil paint and cleaning brushes. These objects must have been deliberately arranged for the painting, since the inward opening window would have made it impractical to store anything on the sill. In domestic architecture, it is unusual to have a window which opens inwards, but this was necessary at the asylum because iron bars were needed on the windows. You might almost miss the bars when you first look at the painting because they're only lightly brushed in, but they are there and they must have felt imprisoning for Van Gogh. It was in this room that Van Gogh painted or completed over 150 surviving pictures during his year. Quite possibly a dozen or two other paintings were given to his friends and were later lost. A few others may have been abandoned. This represents an astonishing output, considering that a third of the time he was seriously ill. When relatively healthy, on average, he did a painting every day and a half, plus numerous drawings as well. Through the window of his studio, Van Gogh would look down into the garden of the male patients. It was a reasonably large area, surrounded by a high stone wall, which still survives. Like the window bar, the wall represented a constant reminder to Van Gogh that he was a patient. But the garden nevertheless represented a relative haven of peace, with the wall also cutting it off from inquisitive outsiders. Vincent once told his brother Theo that as, quote, life happens above all in the garden, it isn't so sad, unquote. Next, please. The next slide, yes, there we are. This is Van Gogh's painting on the left, showing the wing where his studio is located. And the photograph I took recently shows the same view. Very little has changed. It's nice that it's been preserved. How then did Van Gogh's art develop with the impact of the mental challenges that he faced? In Arles, where he arrived in February 1888, he had explored colour, making full use of its dramatic potential with vigorous brushwork. He was then far from Paris, the world centre of art, and he lived in relative artistic isolation, except for the 2-month visit of his colleague Gauguin. In Arles, he forged his own path. Van Gogh's progress was tragically interrupted by the crisis in December 1888 that led him to mutilate his ear. Although the physical wound healed remarkably quickly, he was psychologically scarred. He stayed for several months in the hospital at night, sometimes going out to paint during the day. Just before he left Arles for the asylum in May 1889, he produced some very fine landscapes. At this point, he had lost none of his skill. In the asylum, he was constrained in his subject matter by circumstances. If allowed access to his paints, he would often work in the garden. but he could only venture into the magnificent surrounding countryside when he was well, and then sometimes only if accompanied by an orderly. Next, please. This landscape, the olive trees, now at New York's Museum of Modern Art, is among the finest done while Van Gogh was at the asylum. Sometimes critics have argued that the swirling hills and apparent holes in the rock are evidence of his mental instability. However, the two holes, they're visible on the left side of the horizon. They're known as les deux trous, in French, true holes. They actually exist in the limestone crest, and they could be seen from just outside the asylum in the far distance. Next, please. This is a photograph of the two holes close up. Van Gogh certainly exaggerated the holes and the swirling of the limestone hills. The vibrant olive trees seem alive, almost moving, and at first sight, the green strip beneath them seems like a fast-flowing river rather than a path. But these could all be seen as signs. These could all be seen as signs of his mental turbulence. Some people have seen them as so, but equally they can be regarded as artistic license using his great skills. Whichever it was, the result is a masterpiece. Next, please. Van Gogh liked painting portraits, but he seems to have found it difficult to get sitters. Perhaps the asylum doctor only rarely allowed him to paint his fellow patients. One can imagine that they would have found it difficult to stay still and would have hardly understood the concept of portraiture. This is probably a portrait of a fellow patient. Although it might seem curious, one of his eyes is closed. This is probably evidence of a medical problem that results in a drooping eyelid, not Van Gogh's failure to paint accurately. But it is a sympathetic portrait demonstrating that Van Gogh had not lost his skills. Vincent once wrote to his mother that, quote, "It's strange that when one is with them for some time and is used to them, one no longer thinks about them being mad," unquote. When Van Gogh left the asylum in May 1890, after his arrival, he headed north to Auvers-sur-Oise, a village just outside Paris. In the 70 days he was there, he completed at least 73 paintings. That's even more productive than in Saint-Rémy. Tragically, he died of suicide on the 29th of July, 1890. To conclude, Van Gogh's mental condition obviously had a huge impact on his life. Before the ear incident in Arles, he was his own master, free to go as he pleased and paint what he wanted, and then to go to a cafe for a glass or two of wine. His restricted everyday life at the asylum, on the other hand, surrounded by other patients, could hardly have been more different. But did his mental condition impact on his art? It would be easier to answer this question if one knew the nature of his mental problem. Was it epilepsy, as thought at the time, or bipolar disorder, or something else? However, despite endless studies and hundreds of medical papers by specialists, we still do not know what Van Gogh suffered from. What is clear is that in general, Van Gogh successfully worked despite his mental problems. This is evidence of his enormous commitment to his art, his prodigious talent, his vivid imagination, and his amazing use of brushwork and colour. Last slide, please. And finally, if you're intrigued by Van Gogh, you might be interested in my weekly blog entitled Adventures with Van Gogh. It's posted every Friday on the website of the Art newspaper. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Martin, pela sua apresentação.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Martin. We can now move on to our questions.
E também reforçando para o público que vocês podem continuar mandando perguntas no chat.
And please, if you're in the audience, remember that you can send us questions in the chat.
Perguntas são direcionadas especificamente para alguém, mas vocês também
Some
podem
of these
ficar à
questions are
vontade
meant for specific
para
panelists.
responder
Some of them are meant for all
as
of you.
demais, para comentar.
So please
A
pick the
primeira
ones you want to answer.
é direcionada a Rensky.
First,
Quando
we
Van
have
Gogh
one for
se mudou
Rensky.
para o sul da França, ele
When
escreveu
Van
que
Gogh
estava
moved
pintando
to
ao
the
livro
south
do
of
Japão.
France, he
Essa
wrote that he was
afirmação se
painting the
relaciona
light of
diretamente ao
Japan.
movimento do japonismo,
This
que
statement
se
relates
espalhava pela
directly to
Europa
the
naquela
movement of
época.
Japanism, which
Fascínio
was
pelo
spreading across
Oriente
Europe at the
ou
time, a
melhor, uma
fascination
ideia do
with
Oriente
the
construída a
eastern
partir do
part of the
contato com
world,
objetos
or an idea
decorativos,
of
e
what was
sobretudo
to
com
the
as gravuras
east,
japonesas.
which has to do with
Esse
contact
contexto
with decorative
nos leva a
objects and
pensar
above
até
all
que
Japanese
ponto esse
prints.
território pintado não
So
é
my
também
question
uma
is, to what
projeção
extent is this
idealizada?
painted territory also an idealized projection?
Well, when he went to the Provence, he was one of the quotes in one of his letters is that he was hoping to find the same atmosphere as in Japan. Of course, he'd never been to Japan, so this was, of course, he imagined this could be the same atmosphere as in the Far East. So he was very much interested in the different kind of colors that he would find in the south of France, which he could see in the colored wood prints that he collected, the Japanese woodcuts he collected. So that was one of the main reasons for him to go to the south of France. But if you look at, because we've been focusing more on brushwork and not so much on color, if you look at the way these woodcuts, I mean, you can see it in some of the portraits Van Gogh paints, is that these, the woodcuts are, how do you say this in English? I mean, these are not highly decorated in the sense of that the background has these very curly lines. I mean, these are one-colored. So the lines are very thick, and then they are colored with one color and not multiple brush strokes. So it's interesting how he uses all these sources of inspiration and tries to find his own style, which I think the highlight of it is at the end when he lives in Saint-Rémy. So yes, he goes to Japan, or he goes to the south of France to hope to find the Japan that he sees in these woodcuts. But if you look at style, he only takes a few artistical elements from that, and that's something that he discussed, of course, with Gauguin as well. Had these anti-naturalistic colors and also these bizarre lines, or these very specific lines in his paintings, are very much derived from this Japanese wood print idea. But if you plainly look at the brushwork, it's really an artist like Adolfo Monticelli that he was very much inspired by. There's this one painting that we have in the collection, cypresses with two figures, and if you look at the leaves of the cypresses, he almost sculpts the painting layers on top of each other. We even had to use specific framing because we couldn't. The frames were too they weren't wide enough to be able to keep the paint from the glass. So thickly it's painted, and I mean that's very much in contrast to, of course, these flat Japanese woodcuts. But it's it's fascinating to look at his brushwork.
E, Rensky, a literatura médica do período
The medical literature of the period also addressed the effects of climate on people's well-being, right? So the fact that Van Gogh said that he suffered from a disease of the South, is there any parallel of that claim in the medical literature of that time, some sort of association between weather and melancholy?
I have not studied the medical literature that intensely. But yes, at the time, and we still make a connection between certain weather conditions and mental state. I'm not entirely sure about 19th century literature on that. That's something that we're still working on, and hopefully we'll be able to address this in the essay that hopefully comes from this presentation. But it would make sense to look into this subject and how melancholy was related to weather conditions. But I think it does, yeah.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Martin, se por lado,
Martin, while Van Gogh describes his psychiatric or neurological condition as a disease of the South, in Saint-Remy, he turns to a more melancholic memory of the North. And it's moving to see how this northern landscape is revisited in his mature paintings, now infused with the experience that the South have given him. Alison Perlman this morning has talked about her extensive work, and she mentioned them in the seminar's first panel. Simon, you also brought them during your talk. So could you consider, do you think we can consider that there is an element of idealization born out of a certain melancholy or nostalgia in these works?
Well, he certainly was thinking back to his youth, mainly his childhood, although he also lived with his parents in Newnan later. So for some reason, when he was ill or just recovering from being ill, he thought back to his early years. I suppose that's not surprising. Many people would do that. I don't think he didn't know why he was ill. So although he may have described it as a disease of the South, that was just a convenient label. He didn't know what it was. And he was obviously living physically in Provence, and most of the time he was thinking of that. But his mind would go back to his childhood. And I presume the memories were both positive and negative. He had lots of difficulties at home. He had loving parents, but he was an awkward child. So I think his memories must have been a mixture of good and bad. And he would have been lying on his bed when he was ill. Very little to think about, very little outside stimulation, none really. So it's not surprising that his mind went back.
Você mencionou que
you mentioned the works that Van Gogh painted based on prints by other artists, or even on his own compositions, as in the case of Delirious from the MASP collection. These practices had already appeared in his production earlier, such as in the portraits of the Roulin family, but it became more pronounced in light of the particular circumstances that the artist faced in Saint-Remy. The repetition of themes is not unique to Van Gogh. It also plays a central role in Monet's work. Although Monet was an important reference to Van Gogh, the logic of repetition in Monet's paintings follows very different principles. In Van Gogh's case, even when there are significant variations between one version and another, repetition seems to respond to a need that goes beyond changes in the perception of landscape, beyond the limitations imposed by specific situations, such as his confinement in Saint-Remy. What do these repetitions reveal to us about Van Gogh's work?
Well, I think I would distinguish two different groups with the repetitions that you've described. In some cases, Van Gogh would do other versions of, say, a portrait in order to give one to the sitter. So we have the example of all the portraits of the Roulin family that he did in Arles. And there's an exhibition that's now on in Amsterdam at the Van Gogh Museum of these portraits. So these were simple repetitions, so he had more copies. Sometimes he wanted one for himself and one to send to Theo and one for a friend or whatever. The interesting group that you're referring to, which he did in Saint-Remy, are paintings basically done after black and white prints, mostly by other artists. And he did this, it was a convenient way of working when he wasn't able to go outside. He could work in his studio. And he enjoyed, for a fairly short period, doing coloured versions of black and white prints by other artists. And they're larger than the actual prints. So they were quite different. And I think he saw them as a way of exploring the use of colour, exploring the way of technique. So to sum up, when he was doing repetitions, I think he was exploring slightly different ways of making the same composition or painting and seeing what the effect was. So it was sort of honing his artistic technique, if you like. Berensky may have some ideas on this.
No, I totally agree with you that we may have to make a division between the different kinds of series or repetitions that exist, because, well, exactly as Martin says, he made quite a couple of repetitions to give not only portraits but also other paintings that he wanted to give to Gauguin, to Bernard, to Theo, to his mother. So some of these repetitions are made for a certain person in mind. And then, of course, the prints, and also not only prints but also drawings he made earlier, and he asked Theo to send them to Saint-Remy, so he would be able to paint subjects if he wasn't able to go outside. Yeah, there was also, of course, this fascinating exhibition on the olive groves, which is again a different kind of repetitions of a similar subject, where he was again trying to create a series of paintings in which he wanted to characterize the Provence. So he did this with the cypresses, but not really continue with that topic, with the Alpi, and of course with the olive groves. So yeah, these repetitions have a lot of different, made with very different goals in mind. So hard to compare them to each other.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Mais uma pergunta para o Martin.
We have another question to Martin. Martin, you've already spoken about Van Gogh's relationship with other patients at the institution. But what was his relationship with the doctors there, and how did he view the institution itself?
Well, that's an interesting question. I wish we knew the answer. He rarely mentions the doctors in his letters to Theo. We have virtually no information from the doctor's side. There's an initial medical report that was compiled when he had just arrived at the asylum, but they hardly knew him as a person then. So it's a bit of a matter of guesswork. I think he got on relatively well with the doctors and the medical staff. He probably realized that it was very wise to do that. He was there living in this confined space, if you like, and he seems to have realized that it was important to get on with everyone, whether they be patients or staff. I should imagine that when he was in relatively good health, he was almost certainly the most interesting and congenial patient among the 18. The doctors would have quite enjoyed discussing Zola or literature with him, and they couldn't do that with no one else. So I suspect he had a good relationship. There's no evidence that he had a bad relationship. He was also dependent on the doctor allowing him access to his paints. During the first crisis, he swallowed some oil paints or turpentine and was very ill after that. And from then onwards, when he was ill, he was not allowed any access to his paints, and he was presumably not even allowed into his studio. So he needed the doctor to agree that he could go to his studio. He also, very importantly, needed the doctor's agreement that he could go out beyond the asylum walls into the landscape. And it's such a wonderful landscape. It's so inspiring that it meant so much to Van Gogh. So he was also very dependent on the goodwill of the doctors. So my supposition is that he had good relations.
Como você mencionou, você tem o blog
As you
semanal.
mentioned, you have a weekly blog at the art newspaper dedicated to Van Gogh's art. And you also developed a very interesting investigative research, as we could see in your presentation, visiting the sites where the paintings were made in Saint-Rémy. So I think that investigative is a very good word to describe your work. So how do you see this way of looking into Van Gogh's production? And how did that investigative biographical perspective help you understanding the consolidated views on Van Gogh? And how did you get there? So what has sparkled your interest in this line of work?
Well, I'll try not to give too long an answer. First of all, on why I became interested in Van Gogh, I live in London, and someone told me that Van Gogh had once lived in London. At that point, I didn't even know. This was many, many decades ago. And I was working for the Observer newspaper, a Sunday newspaper, and was going to write an article for the Sunday Colour magazine about Van Gogh in England. And I went over to the Van Gogh Museum and found that there was unpublished family letters about his stay in London. I needed permission from the family. That took about a year, and they were in Dutch, so I needed a friend to translate. But I got more and more interested in Van Gogh. And so it has continued. He's such a fascinating artist. On the investigative question, I was originally an investigative reporter doing, first of all, writing on African affairs and then on home affairs in the UK. And it just seemed the natural way of writing or looking at an artist. It doesn't seem an unusual way. It seems sort of the normal way of working to me. But so much of the literature on Van Gogh is simply written by people who quote from Van Gogh's letters, which are very informative, but they're only part of the story. So that one needs to find other documentation, other evidence, other published material which has been ignored. I find it fascinating. And I was starting off to write. I told my editor that I would do 8 weekly blogs on Van Gogh. I've now done over 300, So it's continued over many years. People sometimes say there isn't anything more to say, but I think there is.
Por outro lado, né,
On the other hand, if you think about a curatorship approach, Color Museum hosts one of the largest collections on Van Gogh, and the audience gets to the museum already full with ideas and expectations about Van Gogh, among which his mental health. Do you believe that this topic is still very present in the questions asked by the audience? And in this case, in your curatorship practice, how does the museum deal with that without reducing his work to that aspect?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I think that the Kröller-Müller Museum has one big advantage, and that's we are not a museum dedicated to telling the life story of Van Gogh. We are a museum with a female founder, Helene Kröller-Müller, who was very much passionate about Van Gogh, and she was able to collect, well, the biggest private collection already in the early decades of the 20th century, so quite early when it comes to appreciation of Van Gogh. So we don't tell, or not really tell, Van Gogh's life story as the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam most definitely does. And so for us, we can focus more on the reception history, so mainly from our founder's perspective. We try to focus on the paintings themselves, the topics that he painted, his technique. That's what we're focusing on at the moment. So, and yeah, we're not a museum that until this day made exhibitions on his work. So also very different from the Van Gogh Museum, of course. So yeah, we have not. Yeah, so we don't tell much about his life, and in that sense, not really much about his illness as well. The questions that we get from visitors, I think most of them might ask these kind of questions at the Van Gogh Museum. Not so much, I think, in our museum. At least I have never had to answer a question about his mental illness in regards to our collection in that sense. So maybe because we emphasize different topics in his art, it doesn't really come up. I don't know.
Martin, acho que retomando também a sua fala, acho que você
Martin,
comentou.
let's go back to what you were saying, because you mentioned one of these issues, and I'm going to try to compilate try to compile some of the questions. So we discussed his relationships with other patients and with other physicians. And we know that he went from being lucid and having clarity to being filled with hallucinations. In one of his letters, he talks about the wife of one of the workers, and that she didn't believe that he was actually mad. This kind of report suggests that he was different from other people who were hospitalized there. Is there any other indication of that? And what does he day-to-day show about the way he would interpret madness and isolation?
Can you just summarize the question again at the end? The two questions that they wanted information on.
Acho que é mais uma pergunta sobre a própria autoconsciência, até mesmo.
Of course, this is a question about Van Gogh's self-realization, or how he understood himself.
Yeah.
Because, of course, there is how people see him, but also how he sees himself in his isolation.
Well, I don't think he knew or understood what the nature of his mental problems were. He was obviously very aware of the symptoms. He didn't know what to call them. He didn't have a label for them. He might have said mad or that he was hallucinating. So I don't think he knew what it was. He just knew he had something. He obviously hoped that it was going to go away and he wasn't going to have further attacks. And to begin with, he felt that. But then as the attacks recurred, he realized he was very vulnerable. And he realized that for part of the time when he had these attacks, he wasn't himself at all. He wasn't really aware of afterwards, he wasn't aware of what had happened. So I'm not sure that he had much sort of self-awareness of his condition, really. He may have asked other people, the medical staff, what was I doing last week or something like that? Why was I so distressed? They wouldn't have been able to say anything. I think the question sort of starts from the assumption of today that we have a better understanding of mental conditions and problems, and there was very little understanding in those days.
A gente vai começar agora a encerrar essa mesa. Queria saber, antes de tudo, claro, agradecer mais uma vez a contribuição.
We're about to wrap up this panel. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mr. Martin Bailey and Ms. Rensky-Cohen for being here. Do you have any closing remarks? Anything else you'd like to add on your research? Please go ahead.
I don't think so. It's obviously a very important topic. And I wish we understood what his condition was. We don't. And I think we're unlikely to, because we just have the evidence from the letters, essentially, and very brief details from the medical reports at the time, but they don't add very much. And without understanding what he was suffering from, inevitably, we need to speculate. We can't do more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the organizers for this lovely seminar. And I would like to address the fact that there has been a lot of research on health benefits of visiting museums and looking at art. So I think that's something that I hope a lot of the people who are listening in, that they will visit MASP and the Krüller-Müller Museum often, because it's good for us and our mental health conditions. So that's what I would like to close with.
Muito obrigada, Martin. Muito obrigada, Rensky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. And Ms. Rensky.
We
We now have our second panel for the afternoon, so thank you again to the both of you for saying yes to this invitation. It's been a pleasure. I'd also like to thank our team working backstage. We have people working with the live stream, we have our interpreters. All right, now we have a moderator, Isabella Loures, and we have our speaker, Felipe Martinez.
Oi, Laura, muito obrigada.
Hello,
Obrigada,
Laura.
pessoal da última
Thank you for
mesa,
having
e
me.
obrigada a todos
I'd
que
like to
estão
thank the
acompanhando o
previous
seminário no
panelists
YouTube.
who
Meu
are
nome
free
é
to go,
Isabela
and I'd like to
Loures,
thank
eu sou
everybody
assistente
who is
curatorial
on
no
YouTube.
MASP, e trabalho
My
como
name is
coordenadora
Isabella
orientadora
Loures, and
nesse
I'm a
projeto
curator
dedicado a
at
Van
MASP.
Gogh.
I work with
A exposição vai
Adriano
acontecer em 2027, só lembrando, no ano
on the
dedicado à
project
história da
dedicated
loucura
to
e ao
Van Gogh.
delírio. E quem
We'll
já
be
acompanha o
discussing
MASP
the
de perto
histories
sabe que a nossa
of
programação
madness
desde
and delirium.
2016 aborda temas que
If
são
you've been with
marginalizados
MASP for
dentro
a
de uma
while, you
história
know
da
that
arte
we've been talking
acadêmica.
about
A gente já
marginalized
teve
issues
ano
since
dedicado a histórias
2016.
afroatlânticas, histórias
We
feministas,
had a
histórias das
year
mulheres,
for
histórias
African
indígenas,
Atlantic
histórias
stories,
LGBTQIA+, e esse ano,
feminist
2026,
histories,
nós estamos com histórias da ecologia,
LGBTQA+
e em
histories,
2027 nós
indigenous
teremos o ano,
histories,
então,
and in
dedicado a histórias da
2027
loucura e do
we'll be
delírio.
dedicating
E
our
em meados
year
do ano, nós
to
vamos
the
ter a
history
exposição Van
of
Gogh.
madness and
Esse
delirium, or
seminário que a gente está
stories
organizando
about
hoje,
madness
como deu
and
grandes
delirium.
referências no tema,
The
e
seminar
na
that we
obra da
have
ficha,
today
apontando algumas
is
questões que a gente está
combining
trabalhando
big
para a exposição.
references for artists and
Nessa,
their
que é a
lives.
última mesa do nosso seminário, a
This
gente
is our
recebe o Felipe
last panel for
Martinez
the
com a sua
seminar. Our
apresentação
speaker is
Retratos como
Felipe
Aparições,
Martinez. He's going
Crise
to
e
be
Lucidez
discussing
em Arro
portraits
e
as
Saint-Remy.
apparitions,
O
crisis
Felipe é
and
mestre e
lucidity in
doutor em História
Arles
da
and
Arte pela
Saint-Remy.
Unicamp. Vale dizer que o mestrado do Felipe abordou extensivamente a coleção de Van Gogh
Felipe
no
has a
MASP.
master's in the
O
history of
Felipe
art
também
by
tem
Unicamp.
pós-doutorado no MAC USP na Universidade de
He has
Amsterdã.
a
E ele atua como
PhD
professor na
by the
Universidade de
University
Leiden,
of
na Holanda,
Amsterdam,
e
and
na
he's a teacher at
pós-graduação
the
na
Leiden
PUC de São Paulo,
University
além de
in
ministrar cursos regulares no MASP há mais de uma década. Ele é o autor do livro Um
Deutschland.
Escolar de Vincent van Gogh,
He is the
publicado pela
author
DUSP,
of
e
a
também é o
book
tradutor para
about
o
Vincent
português
van
das
Gogh
Cartas a Theo,
called
publicado
The
pela
Scholar,
editora
and
34.
he also translated
Bom,
Letters to
enquanto o
Theo
Felipe
into
faz a apresentação
Portuguese,
dele, convido a
published
todos
by
que tiverem questões e
34.
perguntas a colocá-las também no chat do
Should you
YouTube,
have
para
any
que a gente possa
questions,
repassar ao
please leave
Felipe.
your questions in the
E Felipe,
YouTube
muito
chat
obrigada
as
pela
well,
sua
because we'll
participação
be
nesse
asking those to
seminário e fique à
Felipe.
vontade para
Felipe, thank you
começar
so
a
much
sua
for being
apresentação.
here. Please go ahead and start your panel.
Boa tarde, Isabela. Eu que agradeço pela
Hi, good
apresentação, pelo
afternoon,
convite.
Isabella.
Eu vou compartilhar aqui
Thank
a
you for
minha
having
tela
me.
para a gente começar a minha
I'll be sharing
apresentação.
my screen.
Gente, muito boa tarde. Eu tô um pouquinho rouco, então
All
talvez
right,
se a
good
minha voz for
afternoon.
diminuindo é por causa disso.
My voice is a
Mas
little
eu vou
bit hoarse,
abordar ao longo da minha
so
apresentação
if I lose it or if I
como a obra do
sound
Van Gogh
weird,
está
it's because of
relacionada
that.
a um planejamento, né, a um pensamento do
In
ponto de
this session,
vista
we'll
não
be
só dos
discussing
temas,
how
como ficou
Van
muito
Gogh's
claro aqui,
work is
mas também
related
de um
to
ponto de vista
a
cromático,
certain type of
de uma
planning,
estrutura
a
de
certain type of
pensamento
thought,
por meio da
not
cor.
only the themes that we saw here
Eu queria
clearly,
também
but
ressaltar,
also
antes
a
da gente
chromatic
começar, que é
standpoint.
muito importante para a gente ter essa exposição que vai acontecer no MASP em 2027, porque
We're
vai
going to see this
ser
exhibit
a
in
primeira
MASP
vez que mais do que
in
4 obras, né,
2027.
do Van Gogh vão
And
estar
for the first time
expostas
ever, we'll have more
no
than
museu e no
4 works
Brasil,
by Van Gogh in
justamente
the museum
porque,
and in
além das
Brazil.
obras do MASP, né, essas que virão para a exposição
Because, of course, in addition to the
institucionais que
works
já
that
estão
we
na sede do
have
MASP.
at the MASP
De todo
Museum,
modo,
we'll
eu
have the
começo aqui a minha
ones from
apresentação e
this
antes de passar
collection.
para o assunto propriamente dito, eu queria
So let
fazer
me
uma breve
start my
menção e
presentation.
dedicar essa apresentação a
Before
professor
starting our topic,
holandês que
I'd like to
foi
mention a
também meu
Dutch
orientador de
professor
doutorado, fiz meu doutorado no
who
Brasil
was
com período
also
na Holanda,
my
é o
counselor
professor
in
Chris
Brazil.
Stolweg,
His name
que
is
faleceu
Chris
recentemente
Stolweg.
com apenas 59 anos.
He passed
E
away
ele foi uma pessoa
recently.
muito
He was
importante
only
na
59,
minha
and he
orientação
was
dos
so,
estudos
so
sobre o
important
Van Gogh.
for
Ele era um grande
my
especialista,
studies about Van
foi
Gogh.
chefe de coleções e
He was a
pesquisador do Museu
big
Van Gogh,
expert on
e
it.
depois diretor
He
do
was the
Instituto de
chief
História da
curator for
Arte
different
da
collections. He
Holanda,
was
o
the
RTB.
director of
Então,
the
em memória
RKD
do Chris, que
Institute
nos deixou tão
in
cedo, eu também
Deutschland,
faço essa
in
apresentação.
Holland,
Eu
or in the
começo a minha
Netherlands, and he
apresentação
passed
aqui
away so early. So
nessa
I'd just
imagem
like to
inicial,
honor him.
mostrando parcialmente uma foto icônica
Here we have an iconic picture. Of course, this has to do with the MASP Museum, not only because we see our building at the Paulista Avenue when it was being built, but we also see Bombardier, the architect, and somebody else who was behind the project. And we see a reproduction of one of his portraits. I wrote a book about this. It's called The Scholar. This gives us an idea of how important these paintings were for the MASP Museum, for its European collection. And it goes beyond that, especially when we think about portraiture, and I'll be talking about the Scholar and the Arlesian portraits that we've had at the MASP Museum since the 20th century. It's important for us to say that Van Gogh portraits are inserted in a project. There's intention behind them, and we see this intention in this letter that he sends to his sister. This happens in the last few months of his life. He died at the end of July. He sent this letter when he was in Auvers-sur-Oise. Our previous speakers discussed his history. He went from Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, from the asylum, and he moved to Auvers-sur-Oise. In this letter, he says that, I would like, you see, I am far from saying that I can do all this, but anyway, I tend to do it. I would like to paint portraits that in a century's time would appear to people as apparitions. I do not seek to make them photographic resemblance, to make them by photographic resemblance, but by our passionate expressions, using our science and our modern taste for color. So this is 1890. We are now in 2025, and this prophecy came true. We can see that when it comes to portraits, exhibits, and other works at the MASP Museum and other museums mentioned by our speakers, we see his work. And in the first picture that we saw, we showed The Scholar, or in its original title, The Schoolboy. This is one of three kids from a mailman. And by the way, Van Gogh's museum in Amsterdam now has an exhibit about the mailman's family. His name was Joseph Roland. And this portrait is different from the other ones. It's really related to what we saw in that excerpt from the letter that we read. Look at this portrait. It goes beyond just representing this boy. We can clearly see that Van Gogh wanted to think about science, and he mentions science and modern taste for color. This process actually represents his final years in the Netherlands, then he goes to Antwerp, then Paris, then the south of France. He paints this portrait at the end of 1888. He was in the south of France, in Arles, in the Yellow House, where he wanted to have a collective studio for artists. And he paints this portrait around the same time when he cuts off his ear. What we can see in this portrait, which is very clear to us, is how he manipulates contrast between different colors. And there's this trend in his work from the time when he was in the Netherlands, which is the juxtaposition of contrast between complementary colors. There was this popular theory about simultaneous contrast between colors. Look at the background. This background was cherry-picked. We have a green Oh, actually, we have an orange bracket at the bottom and then red at the top. And we have contrast with the green face. And we have blue at the bottom. We also have contrast between yellow and purple or violet. This is the kind of contrast that he would always use in his works, and this is related to the theory of contrast between complementary colors. This is just an example. A short while after painting the schoolboy, he paints the self-portrait with a bandaged ear. As you can see, he changes what we see at the MASP portrait. We have orange at the top, red at the bottom. We had green and red contrasting at the bottom, and we have blue and orange contrasting at the top. Here we see an excerpt of a letter that he sends on the 1st of December, 1888. In this letter, he tells Theo that he painted the portraits of a whole family. The mailman, for whom I had already painted his face, the man, the wife, the baby, the kid, and the 16-year-old. All of them very French, even though they look like Russian. Of course, the boy is the schoolboy, Camille Roland, a portrait that is so important for the MASP Museum. So he paints this in December of 1888. At the end of December, before Christmas, we see that he cuts off his ear. He cuts a significant part of his ear, and then his psychiatric struggles deepen. Then in the next year, in 1889, at the beginning of the year, he paints the self-portrait with the bandages. And we see the exact inversion in the background for the colors that we see compared to this portrait. You see, in the midst of a crisis, because he had his issues with his ear. Many things happened after that. And he was talking to Theo, but he decided to spend a year at the São Paulo de Mazol Asylum, as Martin discussed with us a short while ago. So between May of 1889 to May of 1890, he goes to the south of France. And then when he leaves this asylum, he feels longing for the north because he was in the south. We see that he misses the north from Allison's and Martin's sessions. Of course, other things were happening. For instance, there's this idea that in the north, the climate would be better for his health. So we can explain this change with many explanations. But what we can see here is that he plans ahead for his paintings. He reflects upon them. There is intellectual engagement. For instance, think about the letter that he wrote to his sister. Of course, we hear a lot about Theo. Theo was his biggest pen pal. The book that I translated has excerpts from the letters that he sent to lots of people, but the name of the book is Letters to Theo. He became famous. But of course, Van Gogh wrote to other people, and the book includes letters to other people. Now look at this letter that he sends to his sister in June of 1890. He left the asylum in the south of France in May of 1890, and he sends this letter to his daughter. There's this drawing in the middle, and he says that the sketch is not very faithful to what he was trying to portray. But he says that this portrait does not have many color, it is a bit opaque, it is calm and simple, and that in what Theo has, the clothes are pink, the background is white or yellowish, the corset is open, and there's a color that leans towards green. We also see darker blotches. So this is after a year at the asylum. As we saw from previous speakers, he had intermittent crises. He had bouts that sometimes were longer, maybe a month and a half without painting. And in spite of these bouts, in spite of all this trouble, Van Gogh was still able to think about painting in a strategic way. He was able to think about it as a structured project with lots of chromatic planning and intelligence. We see a clear description here. He would like to call himself a colorist. So what he is describing to his sister is the effect that he's looking for by contrasting different colors.
O exemplar ou a versão que o Theo possui. Então, obviamente, são mais. Ele pintou mais de um.
Here he talks about the copy that Theo owns. So he painted more than one portrait for L'Arlésienne. This is the version that we have at the MASP Museum. Look at his description. He talks about a green table with green books. This description perfectly matches what we see in the portrait we have at the MASP Museum. Not only does this painting carry intelligence, chromatic intelligence, and reasoning, but there's also another important element here. It reflects, or it represents a model who was a friend of his in Arlen when he was living there in 1888. This woman was Marie Junot. She is dressed as an Arlésienne. She's wearing typical clothing for a woman in this area. Look at her gestures. Melancholy can be seen here. She's supporting her head with her hand, and there's two books on the table. He had painted this model in the past, in 1888, and Paul Gauguin as well. He spent some time with him in the south of France, and they had painted this model in the past. I'm going to show you a portrait from 2 years prior.
This painting in MASP portrayed when he was still living in asylum. So before he traveled north, he was still living south. He was still at the asylum. And out of the 4 paintings you see at MASP, only the schoolboy was not there. So all the other 3 pieces of work were painted when he was in the asylum. The schoolboy was painted when he was in Arles, and there's also a live still painting painted in Paris. And in the past, people believed that it had been painted by Van Gogh, but it's no longer attributed to him. So out of the 4 major paintings MASP has, 3 of them were therefore painted while he was in the asylum. So, but how did you do that if it is an Arles woman? Because Martin even described during his presentation that he was authorized by physicians to go out and maybe visit Arles as well. For those who have ever been there, you probably know that Saint-Remy is very close to Arles. And one of the times he went back to Arles, he met his friend again, Marie Junot, and he also met a drawing that Gauguin left behind, that I'm going to show you next, on which he based himself for this painting. And we are familiar with 3 others, 4 in total. We have the one that is at MASP, another one at the Galleria Nazionale d'Arte in Rome, another one at the Kroller-Müller Museum, and this from a private collection. And he painted these 4 versions, which are known because of a Gauguin's drawing. They're based on that. Those 4 versions by Van Gogh that was made when he was at the asylum, he was saying goodbye to the south and preparing to go north. So these paintings incorporate some elements of his work that again relate to what Laura mentioned before, the repetitions. There are 4 variations on the same subject. So the 4 versions painted in 1890 were inspired by Gauguin's painting, and he makes those 4 versions that are evidently similar, but with interesting differences between them. And as I showed here in this point when he explains the effect he expected from the color, you see that he made changes to each one of the versions guided by this chromatic intelligence. So this adds to the conversation that Lauren and Martin had, is that repetition showed that even during his mental health crisis in the beginning of 1890, because we are talking about May 1889, when he went to Saint Rémy's asylum and he left 1 year later. And during this time, he had several intermittent bouts, and between one crisis and the other, he would paint. And he was always wondering when the next crisis will be. One of the moments when he left the asylum to visit some friends in Arles, he wrote a letter in January of 1890, a little bit before he painted the Arlesian versions. So this is the letter that he sends to Mr. and Mrs. Ginot, to the sitter of the Arlesian painting, and her husband. He said, "I believe that the problems we face in our daily routine do us as good as it does bad. What makes us become sick, oppressed by lack of energy, is the same that gives us energy once the disease is gone, to make us go back up and to recover the next day." That's the spirit that he had while he was in the asylum. I was listening to Laura this morning, and there is this duality between this painting, because the painting is at one hand something that contributes to his health, and at the same time it was detrimental to his health. In his last letter, he refers to his painting as if it had taken half of his reason. So it's the duality that the mental disease means to him is portrayed not just in his writings, but also in his paintings. Continue my reading. "I assure you the last year I almost did not want to recover, to stay better for a longer period of time. And I say that I almost didn't like that because I did not want to restart again. And oftentimes I said that I would rather have nothing and that everything was over. But we are not the lords of our existence, and it seems that we need to learn and still want to live even though we are suffering." And he wrote that in January 1890, and he committed suicide in July. So it's not difficult to believe that the person with this type of thoughts is close to suicide. And he continues. This is a letter to Mrs. Ginot and her husband. So continuing. "I would only like to tell you, my dear friends, that I truly hope and I dare to believe that Mrs. Ginot's disease will be short and that she will fully recover from it, but she should not ignore how much we want her to be healthy and fine again. We like her. As for me, the disease does me well. It would be unfaithful. I would not be grateful if I didn't recognize that, because it calmed me down, and differently from what I thought, I was much more fortunate this year than I dared to hope." That was his year in the asylum. "But if I had not been so taken care of, I thought if people had not been so good to me, I'd probably have died or lose my reasoning completely. So I write to my dear friends to try to distract our dear sick friend so that she recovers her usual smile, to give pleasure to us that we all know. As I mentioned, I hope that in a fortnight, I hope to see her recovered." So diseases are here to remind us that we're not made of wood. So this seems to be the good side of it. And then we'll go back to our daily work with last problems and maybe expecting more serene times. And even as we break apart, I'd like to say that when we are friends for a long period of time. This is the way we have to say goodbye. See you soon, and I hope that Mijinu recovers soon. So when he painted the Arlesian's portrait, not just the version at MASP, but the other versions, he painted that right after this visit. When he visited Marie Junot, realized she was sick, so he painted those versions thinking about that, thinking about her state of health and obviously thinking of himself. He was a friend of the couple, but not as close as he was to his own brother. So he kept a positive tone, a tone that he wouldn't have and hasn't had in the letters he exchanged with Tel. So in this drawing, in this, he was thinking, this portrait, he was thinking that she was going through some disease, same as him, and they were friends. So she was kind of imagining what she was going through, like being friends faced with a disease, facing a battle. He put those two books on top of the table. In a letter to his sister, he said that those are excellent books, appropriate to women, as he called them. And those two books, you see in the MASP's version very clearly. This is by Charles Dickens' book, Christmas Carol. And the second one is by Beecher Stowe. And both of them talk a lot about resilience, suffering, resisting, and continuing to live despite of all difficulties that life gives us. So one of them talks about slavery times in the United States in the 19th century. So it's a book about intense suffering, while Charles Dickens' book is well known, a greedy character that is visited by ghosts in the night of Christmas, and the other one is Uncle Tom's Cabin, as I mentioned. When you think about the Arlesian's, Marie Junot's portrait, the four known versions that we know, we think about this time when he visited his friends in Arles, and then, based on a Gauguin's painting, Gauguin leaves after he cuts his ear off, and he makes those four paintings based on a Gauguin's painting. And they have gone to different places. The one at MASP is the one he dedicated to Gauguin. In June 1890, a month before he died, he writes to Gauguin and says, "It gives me great pleasure that you tell me that the Arlesian portrait based on your drawing has pleased you. I try to be faithful to your drawing very respectively, but taking the freedom of interpreting through color the sober character and the style of that drawing. This is a synthesis of the Arlesian, as you mentioned, and since they are rare, take this as your work and my work, as a summary of our month of work together. To do it on my part, I paid with 1 month of being sick, but I know that this is a painting to be understood by you, by me, and by only rare few others, as we would like it to be understood. Here, with my friend, Dr. Gachet, after 2 or 3 hesitations, he understood it completely, and he said how difficult it is to be simple. And I'll emphasize something that I'll emphasize this even more because I'm going to do it and you will have it. Have you seen the olive trees? Now we also have a portrait of Dr. Gachet. Unfortunately, he did not do that. He did not followed his plan of giving it another layer here. So he was thinking about the repetitions. He wanted to etch it later. So he wanted to have this drawing etched with, and we know that the letter to Gauguin is the one that is at MASP today. And it's interesting to see that this letter brings important elements because he said he paid it with 1 month's worth of a disease. So there is this economy of the psychiatric suffering. So 1 month of disease to be able to paint later. So he knows that there is some cost he pays in terms of mental health. And based on what we heard here this morning, yes, there is some cost in mental health. So the idea that was mentioned here earlier about the history of being an artist. But on the other hand, he also proposes the Elysian as a collective work. And he wanted the Yellow House in southern France to be a collective studio for artists. So this is Van Gogh's idea of wanting to produce with other artists. And Arlesians will be a summary of the time he spent with Gauguin. This is Gauguin's drawing. It was clearly that he made a chromatic interpretation of this. Going back to the beginning of my presentation, he has a chromatic intelligence. Between one mental illness crisis and another, he never fails to think about his painting within an intellectual, artistic project. Gauguin's drawing make it very clear that his versions are almost maybe more melancholic than Gauguin's, I dare say, and because Gauguin's drawing is more sober. So interpretation is given not just through color, but also by the way he draws it and how he transforms that in the canvas. So this was a preparatory drawing of Gauguin to the night cafe painting. And as they discussed before, there was this work of imagination and the work of direct observation. Gauguin liked working with imagination. And the Elysian, both MASP's versions as well as the other three, were painted in the beginning of 1890. So all of them carry some elements of an imagination because they are based on a model to then create a scene. In the same time that Gauguin painted the night cafe, much earlier actually, you see that the versions based on Gauguin's versions date back from 1888. And then they painted those two versions of the same sitter. It doesn't even seem to be the same person. Maybe someone else wearing the same local clothes. But the books are there again, very close to that woman. And you see that in a rather short period of time, the perception that he had of Mrs. Genot, his friend, changed significantly. Of course, that relates also to Gauguin's drawing, and also the crisis that he had, the situation he faced in the asylum. But it is very clear how the circumstances she went through, were important. Also, the importance of changes in terms of his expectations, thinking about repetitions. Those two drawings are much more similar one to another than the four Elysians drawings that we saw. Here you see they're much closer to each other, while in the Elysians, it was a deliberate choice in making changes. And again, this was painted before psychiatric problems enhanced that ultimately led to him cutting his ear off and then moving to Arles. At this time, he also made an interpretation of Rembrandt's print. So there was a question asked to Martin a while ago relating or talking about Van Gogh's interpretations of prints made by other artists while he was at San Remy's asylum. This painting is an interpretation from a part of Rembrandt's print. Those two women, and that's a Bible topic, Lazarus' resurrection, and you see that those two women were probably inspired by the male man's wife, so the mother of the schoolboy, and Marie Junot. They were probably the figures who inspired those two women in the drawing. And Lazarus here, coming back from his period of sickness, and remember the letter where he talked about his disease, talking about getting sick and recovering in this endless cycle for him. This Lazarus rising, coming out of the cave, has a red beard, and Van Gogh was a red hair. So one possible interpretation is that he sees himself in the figure of Lazarus, and those two women close to him are the ones he knows. And this is the print by Rembrandt that I talked about. This is the entire scene. This is Christ. You see the light here. And if you zoom in, you will see the scene. So Lazarus rising and raising, and the two women. So here he makes first a draft, and similarly as he did a painted interpretation of Gauguin's painting, here he's also making a painted interpretation of Rembrandt's print. So he will select this particular area of the original print. So this, similarly to images from his imagination, are also the landscapes around the asylum, a bench of rocks, for example, again, it relates to that. This is something that is at MASP, for example. So these reinterpretations from works of other artists are also part of his work.
And of course, here we see a woman with her arms up, and this is the sketch. Now, here's what's really interesting. With this painting, and this is the painting that introduces us to our seminar, this is called A Walk at Twilight, one of the works that we have at the MASP Museum. This is from 1889 to 1890. There is a duality to the date. So what we see here is a couple walking over here in between the olive trees. These are just a part of the local landscape in San Remy. We see a contrast between the curves of the olive trees and the vertical cypresses trees. We also have the sinuous moon. On the hills, we still see the contrast between orange and blue. This is the same thing we see with the schoolboy. There's also the contrast between the red beard or the orange beard and the blue clothing. And of course, this character looks like Van Gogh. Blue trousers, red hair, and a woman who is very, very similar to the gestures that we see on this woman. Look, her hand is up. Her hand is also up here. So this clearly looks like a version of this woman. We see the opposite hand going up, and they are walking on the first plane of this painting. People have Imagine the idea that this character may have been inspired on Marie Genoux, his friend. He visited her and he came up with the 4 versions of Le Lycéen. Of course, we have no sources confirming this or allowing us to say this with certainty, but this is a possible interpretation because we see these 2 people walking and we see similarity between these people and the other people. Again, we have chromatic contrast and chromatic intelligence. This painting is based on contrasts. And when we look at this couple walking here on the very first plane of this painting, we have to think about what Alison and Martin showed. It is very clear that we're talking about a time at the end of 1890, before he went to the north to be under the case. Here, her hand is not up, it's down, but it's clear that this comes from the same field of references. I know it's become pretty clear from the previous sessions that in 1890 he leaves the asylum and he is under the care of Dr. Gaucher. At the end of July 1890, he commits suicide. He shoots himself very early. He was 37. He was very, very young. He had just celebrated his 37th birthday. Of course, knowing his story, knowing his tragic biographic story ends up having an impact on how we look at his work. I think Laura was talking about it earlier today. She was talking about a museum as a space that shows his works and not as much reinforces stereotypes. I believe what we're doing here throughout this very, very enriching seminar with such interesting conversation and research on this artist goes to show that when we get closer to him and see his works and see his letters, we actually deconstruct the idea of the mad genius. Yes, Van Gogh had issues with mental health, but it's way more complex than just the stereotype of a mad genius. So it's very important for us to reflect upon this, especially for the seminar, which comes before our 2027 exhibit. Well, Van Gogh says that the price of artistry is mental health, and the price of teaching is using our voice, and I'm going hoarse. So this is the end of my session. I do hope I have been able to convey to you how important these portraits are for the MASP Museum, and how important all of the works are at the MASP Museum, so that we're able to understand that in between crises, Van Gogh was also practicing his own painting techniques according to intellectual artistry, strategy, and very structured and sophisticated chromatic thinking. When we talk about this time of his life, we're talking about a very rich production. And as Martin was saying, sometimes we're under the impression that we've said it all about Van Gogh. But when we look at these presentations today, we see that that's not true. We can always investigate further, we can always add to this knowledge, and we can always go in depth. Thank you.
Felipe, muito obrigada pela apresentação.
Thank you so much, Felipe. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. We do have a few questions here. Let me start with one from the YouTube chat. Felipe, would you say that the L'Arlésienne repetitions were made because he was trying to perfect his technique? And do you think mental bouts would have an impact on how he perceived his work, or is there no correlation there? These are two questions. So first, repetition, first repetition in technical improvement, and second question regarding his own perception of his work. Great. Thank you for your question. I don't know if I'd talk about perfecting his work, but he is definitely always exploring different technique possibilities and the combinations of colors. The 4 versions that we know right now make it clear that he used one single theme to do research and to understand how he could arrange colors differently. For one of the versions, one of the copies in a private collection, he even changes the background. So we're talking about variations of one single theme. He's exploring l'Arlésienne not as an individual object that is sacred in its uniqueness. He sees l'Arlésienne as an object that first and foremost represents variations on the same topic. Look at the layers. These are variations on one theme according to his interpretation of a Gauguin's painting that he calls a synthesis. So this goes beyond improving it. He is actually exploring different possibilities in his work. Second question, did his trouble or did his disorder have an impact on how he perceived his work? Well, that's unlikely, and we cannot conclude that from what he wrote. He has a very clear perception of his work, so no, I don't think his mental disorder had an impact on how he perceived his work in a significant way. Of course, how he would perceive his work would change over time. This is obvious. But I don't think that his mental disorders had decisive impact on how he experienced his work.
Obrigada, Felipe. Uma outra pergunta aqui.
Thank you, Felipe.
Pensando que a produção do Van Gogh mudou muito, né? Ela passou por transformações
Another
muito
question.
significativas ao longo
Van Gogh's
do Brasil,
production,
e que a gente
Van
geralmente
Gogh's
associa
art
ao Van
changed
Gogh
significantly,
essas cores intensas,
and
essas
oftentimes we
palavras soltas.
associate intense
Corresponde
colors
sobretudo ao
and loose
período
brushwork
de
to Van
Paris,
Gogh.
mas principalmente Arles,
Of course, we have
Saint-Denis,
things
Auvers,
in
período
Paris,
francês, né?
but we also have
Especialmente
Arles,
nos
Saint-Remy,
retratos, ficou muito
Saint-Aubert,
evidente. Essas obras são
and
muito
we see
diferentes
changes
dos
in his
retratos que ele
portraits.
realizou na
That's really
Holanda. A gente
clear.
pode pensar nos
His work is
Comedores da
very
Vaca
different
dele, uma obra
from
bem
the
conhecida,
work
ou
that
os
he
retratos
did
dos
in the
camponeses também.
Netherlands.
O que você
We
diria
can
que
also
muda na
think about
concepção do
other
retrato do Van
works.
Gogh entre essa produção inicial e as obras que
What
ele já
changes in his
desenhava, pensando
portraiture
tanto
between his
na questão
first works
técnica,
and the ones that he had
mas
in
também nesse
Ireland?
significado e na importância que o retrato assume?
Please talk about technique and the significance of these portraits.
Eu, inclusive, discuti esse tema.
Great, thank you. This is a great question. I actually discussed this in the book on the schoolboy by Eduspi. When he is painting countryside men in the Netherlands, I don't think he's representing individuals. I don't think this is his intention. I think it is broader than that. I think he is representing types. For instance, when he was in the Netherlands, there was a time when he would admire printing artists from England. There's a printing artist called Hubert Herkomer. He really admired him. And he liked a series that he had called Heads of the People. In a literal translation, it's a head. And he wanted to do something similar to this series that this artist had created to represent workers in England. I think he wanted to do something similar for the Dutch countrymen. From the standpoint of color, portraits are not as powerful. They have another type of approach, which is also very intense, but they are more tonal. They are much closer to the idea of a tonalist and not a colorist. Then he goes to Antwerp when he leaves the Netherlands. There he sees paintings by Rubens. Rubens is a big painter from the Baroque time at the north of Belgium.
Tem como sua principal característica a utilização de cores intensas, o vermelho.
He uses intense colors. He uses red. He's a master of coloring. Then he spends significant time in Paris with his brother, around 2 years. He lives with Theo. And that's when he gets in touch with the vibrance of the end of the 19th century in Paris. So much production, impressionism, Japan. That's where he sees Japanese woodwork. He gets in touch with this kind of art. And when he goes to Ireland, he says in his letters that he decides to go back to Dutch topics. For instance, the mailman. The mailman was his friend. This is clear. But he paints the mailman as a worker, as a countryside worker, as an underprivileged person. And he does this by thinking about these characters not as types. He paints them a portrait. Of course, at the beginning, he paints some local typos, but if we think about L'Arlésienne or the family of the mailman, he's painting them portraits, and there is a kind of chromatic intensity that didn't exist in the Netherlands, but this becomes a very important part of his work after he spends some time in Antwerp and in Paris.
Perfeito, Felipe. Muito obrigada.
Perfect, Felipe. Thank you.
Bom, especialmente em Ireland, Van Gogh
Next, especially in Ireland, Van Gogh painted works that were seen as a set for the decoration of the Yellow House. We have the Roland family, we have the schoolboy, and they are not in this set. But there's another work that has been lent to the museum that is a part of this set. But this idea of the juxtaposition of works could be a strategy to put together portraits that were painted separately, for instance, the Roland family. Is this kind of rationale exclusive to the period he spends in Ireland? Or is this something that we saw since he was in the Netherlands? Great question. When we think about the portraits of the mailman's family, I showed a picture from the 1st of December where he describes the portraits of the 5 members of the family. He most likely thought about these portraits as something that he would exhibit together with a relationship between the colors. If you look at the portraits, they complement each other, and the contrast works. But this is not something that only works in Ireland. This is something that we see in his work from before that. But when he goes to Arles, this becomes more intense because he's using colors during this sunny period of his life. We could say that this is like a curatorship of his own work, if we were to exaggerate it, because he's thinking about exhibiting these works collectively and not about their individual meaning. They think about their meaning as a group, as a set. This is important. We talked about the idea of repetition, about the synthesis and representation of other artists' works, paintings based on Rembrandt, paintings based on Gauguin.
Ela não combina com a produção do Van Gogh, que era uma produção que era pensada também
and sometimes some things do not match with what Van Gogh would do. It's usually collective. When you see the sunflowers, it's a bunch of sunflowers. It's not only one.
Muito interessante também essa questão.
This is also really interesting.
E agora pensando pouquinho sobre a coleção do MASP e essas
Now
obras.
let's think about our collection at the MASP Museum. I'd like to think about them as historical objects. This is really big for us here. We can think about famous devices. We can think about crystal easels by Nina Bobardi. and we show how historical objects are paramount for museums. If you're watching this seminar but you haven't had the opportunity to come visit us, we have all of these works exhibited on easels, and it's a very unique experience to walk around them and to see them as objects that are a part of our history and its story. So I'd like to talk about when they got to Brazil. These objects, and I don't want to say works of art, came to Brazil right after the Second World War. This has to do with Assis Chateaubriand, who made this happen with a local elite. And it was welcomed. Of course, we're not going to be discussing the origin of each one of these works, but we can talk about the overall context.
Quando eu penso em estudar os Van Goghs do MASP, não é só o Van Gogh, né? É a circulação.
Well, when we talk about studying Van Gogh at the MASP Museum, we're actually talking about objects that are circulating in a country and the international movement of certain objects. When I think about the reception of these works, I think about the schoolboy. The schoolboy was celebrated. We have so much that has been recorded on that. They had a party in Salvador, in Bahia, with another painting by Renoir. So some kids in the local school dressed as a schoolboy so that they would receive this work. There was also ample coverage of this arrival in local newspapers with Assis Chateaubriand. And he discussed not only these paintings by Van Gogh, but these celebrations were strategic to Assis Chateaubriand because he wanted to attract donors so that these works could be bought internationally after World War II. The schoolboy was received and was welcomed by schoolboys. They had a concert by famous Brazilian singers like Pixinguinha and Luiz Gonzaga. Can you imagine that? It is a Van Gogh painting from the south of France about a poor family, and this portrait of a schoolboy is received in Brazil recently with a party. Of course, this is now a part of the work's history. And we see a photograph which is iconic. We see a worker, a black man who's very strong and who is just standing by this painting. And what we see written under the picture is that this black like this black powerhouse is appreciating this work. And powerhouse is a very racist term here. So we see the arrival of these objects, and the intention of every founder of the museum was not necessarily to have an elevated facility. You have Nina Bobardi, for instance, but of course, when you have this type of work at a museum, when you bring them over to Brazil, there is this element of a civilizatory movement. The idea of coming up with a very strong, very sophisticated art institution. And if we think about this reception, L'Arlésienne was also welcomed with a speech by a German ambassador, or a Dutch ambassador, actually. And that's something. You know, these works would be received and celebrated not only as objects. The MASP Museum was created at the end of the 40s. Then we had the MAM from São Paulo, which then split into different institutions. Also at the end of the 40s, we have the MAM in Rio de Janeiro. They were trying to create institutions for a country of the future according to their perspective on development. Everybody knows what happened in the 60s, a couple of decades later. But these works are a part of the project that they had for Brazil in the 50s. Along with all of its contradictions, like this picture.
essas contradições realmente são capítulo muito
These
importante da história do
contradictions
museu,
are a very
pensar também
important chapter of the museum's
questões que já eram
history.
reivindicadas
There
pelos
were
alunos, né,
some issues that already
além dos
being
dispositivos de
advocated by Lina
dispositivo
Bobardi,
fotográfico,
and
a
the
programação do
way
museu
that
já
the
refletia
exhibit should
bastante
be, the
nesse
program of
desejo
the
de olhar
museum.
para a arte europeia, mas sem deixar de
And
lado
so
também
looking
olhar
into
para a arte
Europeans'
brasileira, né,
background
principalmente
without forgetting
no
to
caso da
look
Lina, né, interessava
at
muito também olhar para
Brazilian art,
artistas
because Lina
chamados
Bobardi
populares,
also
né?
wanted
Enfim,
to
mas isso é uma
focus on
questão que foi muito
folks
discutida em uma
art.
exposição recente que a gente
This
fez, Histórias
was
do MASP, que estava
discussed in the
na inauguração do
recent
novo
exhibit, Histories
prédio
of
também.
MASP,
Mas voltando
related to the
pouquinho para essa
inauguration of a
questão da
new
relação
building.
Van Gogh
Now,
com o Brasil,
going back
eu queria
to the
retomar
relationship
ponto
between
que
Van Gogh
a
and
gente discutiu
Brazil, I'd like
bastante
to go back to a point that we discussed internally quite extensively for this
Bom,
project.
a gente pensou como seria apresentar uma
So
exposição
we
no
thought
Brasil,
about how would
pensando a
it be
relação
like
do
to
Van Gogh
bring
com a
this
questão da
exhibit to
saúde
Brazil,
mental,
thinking about
para
Van
em si
Gogh,
uma história
his
muito singular
mental
desse
health.
diálogo
And
entre a arte e a
Brazil
questão
is a very
psiquiátrica, né?
unique country in
Bom,
terms of
desde da primeira
art and
etapa dos
mental health, because
experiências
since
com a
the
obra do Osório
first
César no
half
século
of the
XX, ao
20th
invés de
century with
recorrer às músicas
Osório Selva,
primeiro para
Osório, and also
fazer a crítica
Nisi
como
da
prática
Silveira, there were
e abrir
psychiatrists that
espaço para
proposed to do
depois falar
art
dessas
as
produções
therapeutic
dentro
practice,
da
and it
arte. Acho que,
opened space
bom, no
to
caso, principalmente
acknowledge
da Nise, né,
art
teve uma
productions,
divulgação do sistema
especially
artístico muito
Nisi,
forte
Dr.
na área da
Nisi,
própria
that
experiência. Isso
promoted a
já
very
trouxe muitas
strong
influências pela
artistic
história da arte brasileira,
integration.
né?
This has to do with history of
Bom, além
Brazilian
disso, vale
art.
lembrar que o Van Gogh
And
ele
in
não
addition to
teve
that,
ainda
it's
uma
worth saying
exposição
that Van Gogh
individual no Brasil, mas
had
ele
not
esteve
had
presente
yet
na
an
na São Paulo, na
individual
quinta edição e
exhibit
na 24ª,
in
ou
Brazil,
seja,
but
já tem
he
algumas
was
obras,
part
né, do
of
Van
the
Gogh já
Bienal
vieram ao Brasil, já
exhibit
tem o
twice.
público já teve
And
contato com
so
algumas
the
delas
Brazilian audience
e
has had some
demonstra
contact with some
o quanto as
works
obras
by Van
podem
Gogh,
ser produções do
showing
artista brasileiro. Essa
how
proposta
his
foi uma
work
Bienal muito
provoked
relevante,
some
mas até hoje
reactions in the
tida como
Brazilian
uma grande
audience. The
referência, né,
24th
no cenário
Bienal
contemporâneo e
exhibit was
muito a
very
relação da
important in
antropofagia, né,
Brazil,
esse
discussing
termo modernístico
anthropophagia,
brasileiro como uma
a
maneira de se
term
relacionar
that
também
was coined
com
in the
uma história da arte
Brazilian
europeia, nesse sentido
modern
específico, né?
revolution that
Bom,
is
diante disso, eu
associated also with
queria
the
saber de você,
European
também
art.
como o único brasileiro
So you
que
are
está
the only
participando desse
Brazilian
seminário, né,
participating in
exposição
this
recente,
seminar
eu
as a
queria saber
speaker.
como você acha, qual é a possível relação que o público
So
pode ter
how do
com o
you
trabalho do Van
see
Gogh
the
hoje?
relationship that
Você acha
our
que esse
audience
contexto
could have
local marca
with
muito
Van
dessas
Gogh's work
experiências
today?
com arte e saúde
Is
mental,
this
por
related
essa
to the
recepção histórica da obra do
experiences
Van Gogh?
related to
Acho
art
que
and
eu tenho uma
mental
pergunta
health?
particular para
Does
começar
that
o
put us in a
sobre a
unique
interação
position to
artística e
think
sobre
about the
crítica.
connections between art creation and psychic suffering?
Eu acho essa é uma pergunta importante.
That's an
Na
important
verdade, eu acho
question.
que sim. Acho
I
que ela
think
coloca
so.
uma posição para
I
pensar a criação artística
think
e o sofrimento psíquico,
that it allows us to
mas
think
também ela coloca
about
uma
artistic
posição para
creation and
pensar
psychic suffering,
o quanto
but
que
it
o
also
lugar do
puts in a
artista, pelo
position
menos desde o século
where we
XIX,
can think
ele
about the
foi se
place of
entendendo como um
artists, at
lugar
least since the 19th century, how
do
that
outsider, né, da
position
pessoa que não faz parte da
is
mesma ração.
usually related to an
Enfim,
outsider,
muitas
somebody who's
vezes
not
pode
part of our
ser,
reality.
digamos, uma invenção. As pessoas
This
citaram
could be
aqui
an
o texto do
invention.
Artaud, por exemplo, né, o suicidado da
Artaud's
sociedade,
work saying that
e
the
a crítica do
suicide
Aubert,
victim of
do Aurier,
society,
né, foi
and also
citado a ideia de que
Aurier's
o Aurier vai dizer que o Van Gogh era quem
idea, Aurier
conseguia
saying
ver
that Van
um
Gogh
tipo de
was the
coisa
one
no
who
mundo que o
could
resto da
see
sociedade não
something in
conseguia
a
ver,
world,
e por meio das suas
something that the
pinturas
rest of society
fazia
could
tudo isso
not
reproduzir.
see. And through his
Muitas
paintings, he
vezes
could make
que é
this
importante
element
é que a
visible.
gente vê o artista como uma espécie de
It's a
demiurgo, assim, ele
power.
faz
So
o
the
resto do
artist
mundo ver aquilo
makes
que
the
as outras
rest of the
pessoas não podem ver,
world see
aquilo que
what
as
other
pessoas que
people
estão na
cannot see.
racionalidade vigente,
Those
na
who think very
racionalidade
rationally,
tradicional, administrada,
traditionally,
não são capazes de ver sem a
cannot
ajuda do artista.
see that
Essa é uma
without the
visão de
help of the
artista
artist.
eminentemente moderna.
This
Então,
is a rather
pensando
modern
o
perspective
outsider
of
nesse
artists.
sentido,
So thinking of an
eu acho
artist
que
as
quando
an
a gente olha para a
outsider,
biografia do Van Gogh,
if
e
you
para a gente
consider
ver que
Van
você
Gogh's
citou
biography
um dos
and the fact
arquétipos
that he
da arte
became an archetype of modern art has to do with his biography and his work. It helps us making this connection. But of course, we also have room to discuss artistic creation and mental health. You talk about Mário Pedrosa, Nisi Silveira, different psychiatrists from the Brazilian past, and there is a possible relationship between artistic creation and mental health problems, but not necessarily one is caused by the other. It's not necessarily a requirement. So Van Gogh's career, and I think that this seminar made this clear today, makes this very visible. I had forgotten that you mentioned that in 1859, so 1959, the Biennale exhibit had 15 paintings from the Crotter-Miller Museum, and there is a talk about Van Gogh's biography. You talked about anthropophagia, but I'm thinking about another biennial meeting, exhibit in 1959. There is a specific room dedicated to Van Gogh with 15 paintings in that exhibit and 15 drawings. But anyway, there was really something unique about artistic creation and how it relates to mental health problems. I think that Van Gogh's career puts us in a position that we could think critically, that oftentimes could be done without mediation. Yes, I think that this covers part of the next question that I would like to ask you. I'll repeat the question. I think that maybe parts of that could lead to a different direction. You as an art historian, how do you critically see the approach of Van Gogh's work through its mental condition lens? You talked about Van Gogh's letter, that his reason for life was taken away. Do you think that these readings could eclipse or contaminate a more technical, formal, objective perspective on the artist's work? Yes, I think so. I think that Van Gogh's biography necessarily determined the way we look at his work. There's no doubt about that. We condition our perspective given his biography. But if we are to interpret his work from his mental health problems perspective, we will fail to take into account other elements of his work that represent the opposite of what would be an art done with an impulse, lack of control, of a non-directed action. So looking at Van Gogh's work, just focusing on mental health, can make us neglect some important elements of his work, the way that he created his work, the structure he used, and also the relationship he had with painters from his time and art from his time. Because Van Gogh was not an unknown person, not that he was widely known, but we cannot say that he was not recognized at all, that nobody knew about him. That's not true, that he was an outcast. We cannot say that. Well, especially at the end of his life, as other mentions, he also exposed with the Levin, the 20 artists of Van Gogh group. He's had an exhibit in Brussels. There were some positive criticism about his work. But when we look at Van Gogh's work and even his biography, we realize that these circumstances are not related to the myth that was developed throughout the 20th century, that also relate to mental health issues, maybe with some sort of exaggeration at some points, because the mental health problems should not make us neglect other elements of his work. Of course, they are related to his biography, but it's not a direct causation. So it's important to remember that when we are analyzing his work.
Felipe, veio uma pergunta aqui no chat.
So, Felipe, we have a question here in the chat. I think is something that could lead us to another discussion. So his question was whether Van Gogh had done some prints. He did just a few. And tell me if I'm wrong. Just in the beginning of his work, and also another one with Dr. Gaucher at the end of his life. And this one is a portrait. And we are talking exactly about these portraits with this desolate and melancholic perspective of these physicians. And he talks about that to believe that Dr. Gaucher is a melancholic person. So unfortunately, we don't have this image to show you, but if you're interested, it's easy to find it on the internet. You're absolutely right. You already helped me practically answer the question. He did had some prints during his Dutch times. The Potato Eaters is one of very famous. He makes some copies of it to some friends and also to Theo. He was in the Netherlands, his friends were elsewhere. So he produces some prints then. And also, when he's at Versoix, he also goes to Dr. Gaucher's house and he has a press. So Dr. Gaucher was an artist too, an amateur artist, but he uses the press to etch this print or to print this portrait. As he said, showing the desolated expression of our time. And this doctor was responsible for taking care of him. Jean Starobinsky analyzed the situation and he could say, those who should take care of us today suffer from the same problems that we suffer. So the physician responsible for getting him well also had the same eyes at the desolated look of those times. So this print not just is interesting from the material perspective, but also enhances the aspect raised by Isabella and also probably something the person who asked the question thought of. Perfect. We have another question here, but longer, about the representation of objects in Van Gogh's work. So before you highlighted that Van Gogh used objects as a way of representing an absence, such as the open Bible that he paints after his father dies, and also the empty chairs that were produced in Arles right after Gauguin leaves. They become almost a portrait. So they're very beautiful work. And Van Gogh's chair was also in Corto's exhibition in 2022 dedicated to self-portraits, almost as a metonym. So I would like to hear you talk about these objects that sometimes replace those who are to be portrait. And I would also like to connect to another piece that we have, which is the stone bench in the Saint-Remy Asylum. Yes, it's interesting. Objects play these roles sometimes. The metonym, as you mentioned. So this role of representation, the person talked about the empty chairs. And even before that, when Van Gogh was still in the Netherlands and he was still interested in some English artists, he saw a magazine called The Graphic. It was an edition prior to the moment when he was researching that. And he saw a print done by an English painter of a cabinet of Charles Dickens, and he liked Charles Dickens a lot. We saw the book on top of the table on the Elysians, and he saw the print of Charles Dickens' cabinet after Dickens died of his office. And there was an empty chair in his office. So Dickens died. There is this empty chair in his office, and he gets crazy. He sends a letter to Theo saying, in the future, all we're going to have are empty chairs. The great man will die, and we'll have nothing but empty chairs, because he would also think about things getting worse. So that's in his mind, this idea of the empty chair, way before he paints the open Bible when his father died, or painting Gauguin's empty chair. And when we think about the stone bench, we cannot say that it necessarily represents something. We do not have documental background to determine that, nothing that confirms that. But when we think about the moving ground because of the brush strokes, it looks that everything is coming down while everything tries to keep stable with a solid contour. This is where he joined the asylum in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence. So we could think of possible interpretations of what that stone bench could mean, given his situation, given his prior work, the objects from other times, and what he has done before with those objects. So we could give the stone bench an interpretation, but we do not have any explicit or documental proof of that. I haven't shown you because it would not be deeply related with the rest of my presentation, but you're probably familiar with the painting of the stone bench. If you have never seen it, you should go to MASP. Just do it. Just go there to see it. Even if you live somewhere else, visit MASP whenever you can.
I agree, Felipe. Everybody is invited to come here and to visit us. I have another question now. I'd love to hear about the influence of Protestants in Van Gogh's pictures. I was also reflecting about this in our research a while ago. We have this idea of vocation, artistic vocation in this line of work. This is what Weber calls a Protestant's spirit. In a more palpable way, I think Van Gogh had a relationship with religion. He was the son of a pastor or a preacher. He was a missionary. He was disillusioned by religion. And he leaves religion, he puts religion on the side after a while. For instance, we had Lazarus Rising. We have a Pietà as well, which was painted during his French period. We see the olive trees as well, and he mentions that he wanted to paint Christ on the hill with the olive trees, and he ends up not doing it. But we would love to hear about his relationship with religion and how we can see that in the works that he did in France.
Esse é tema, evidentemente, que tem uma possibilidade interpretativa muito ampla.
Of course, I think we could have a myriad of interpretations here. He tried to be a preacher, then he became a missionary for a while at a mining district in Belgium.
A ideia do protestantismo como elemento definidor na obra dele.
And I think if we reflect upon Protestantism as a defining element in his work, at the asylum, he works with Rembrandt, or the style, and also a print of Delacroix. So he creates his version of a Pietà created by Delacroix. So religion, as our previous colleague said, were a struggle, was a struggle. He was not very happy with Bernard or Gauguin. Gauguin painted Christ in the Garden of the Olive Trees. So we see the presence of religion. When we read his letters from when he was trying to become a preacher, it feels like the Holy Spirit is in him because he uses excerpts from the Bible, and it's really lots of work to translate it. We need to find the actual excerpt in Portuguese in the Brazilian translation. And then we see this disappear from his work. At other points, we see discrete mentions to religion. Now, this becomes very clear when he gives up on being a preacher and a missionary. What does remain in his career is a type of vision of what is sacred, which is closer to pantheism. Because rupture in Van Gogh is not related to the divine. It is first and foremost a rupture regarding what this means in society or in hierarchy of the Protestant church. I don't want to go overboard with this issue, but his father was a respected preacher, so he is walking away from that in a way. This stays in his career not as a deity, but as a transcendental perspective of nature. This is very clear. If we think about Protestantism specifically, as we were saying before, he has indirect representations of that, not direct. I don't recall reading any specific research on this, so we must be careful with these connections, because we may be saying things that we want to be, but not things that are actually present there. So we need to be careful when it comes to the data that we use. However, what I can say is that representing people through objects and not directly makes it seem to me that this could be a parallel to the absence of Protestantism here. If we think about Protestantism here in his work, the person who asked the question mentioned Weber. This makes me think of capitalism and work and discipline, and he was all about that. He was so driven. When he was in the asylum, he would control his time so that he had time to work and produce. And in Martin's session, we saw that he produced a lot in a very short period of time. In order to do that, you need time management skills. You need to be disciplined. And he had lots of discipline in his work. This is why he was able to make so much in such a short career. I'm not saying he was all about toxic productivity, but he was all about discipline and rule. Felipe, we have another question in the chat. Throughout this seminar, we've been discussing relationships between Van Gogh and other painters in the history of art. And I think it is clear to everyone who's here that Van Gogh knows a lot. And not only knows a lot, but he has good relationships with artists. He worked in a gallery, for instance. But we have a very specific question here about how possible it would be to create a parallel between the chromatic project that he has in his brushwork and chromatism and energetic brushwork. I think so. There was a conference at the Van Gogh Museum in 2015. It's been 10 years. And by the way, a former curator in this museum, which now directs a museum in the countryside of the Netherlands called the Moore Museum, and she used to be a curator at the Van Gogh Museum, was one of the organizers for this conference that I mentioned. And she created a parallel between these artists. The Van Gogh Museum, they have works from Edvard Munch. Now, these two are artists that are similar in a way, but they are also very different. Of course, we could compare them, but when we think about their journey and when we think about their intention with their work, they are different. And in whatever similarities they have, and they certainly have lots of similarities, we still have to think that both of them were a very good impression or a very good influence for the expressionist movement, especially in Germany. We had two big groups for expressionism. We had the Bridge and the Blue Knight. And Munch and Van Gogh were very important for these groups. So in the future, the expressionist movement will look at them as their predecessors, in the sense that they are creating work that has expressive power, with color, with the brushwork, with the representation of the visible world and its distortion in a very purposeful way to discuss your inner turmoil, your inner state. So this matters a lot for the next generation of expressionists. Van Gogh dies in 1899, or 1890 as well, and then we see expressionism coming about 15 years later.
Agora eu queria fazer uma pergunta pouco mais pessoal sobre a sua trajetória, né? Como que
Now I have a more personal question about your journey.
Nesse ramo do estudo do Van Gogh, é campo de estudos
How
assim
did it
que
feel
se
like
aprofunda muito, né? Eu acho
to go into research about Van
na obra
Gogh?
do Van Gogh é tão forte, né?
Because you can go really deep.
Que a gente vê pesquisas
There's
cada
so
vez
much
mais
interested in
repetidas
his
também,
work,
e
and we
fazer
see very
isso,
specific
bom,
research.
você começou esse movimento, me parece que no seu mestrado, né? Fazer
You
isso enquanto
started this
pesquisador
in your
brasileiro, né? E
master's.
como você enxerga
You're
também
a
a sua
Brazilian
contribuição
researcher. So
nesse campo mais
what
amplo.
was it like to do this as a Brazilian researcher and to contribute to this? Thank you for your question.
Eu fui estudar os quadros do Van Gogh no MASP, no mestrado. Claro que eu gostava muito
In
do
my
artista,
individual
dos quadros,
journey,
mas a
I
ideia era fazer
started
mestrado.
studying his work
Eu fui
at the MASP
conhecendo
Museum
as
during my
pessoas, me
master's,
aprofundando.
and I wanted to have my master's.
Depois veio o convite
So I
para a
started
tradução das
meeting
cartas,
people, I
então as
started
coisas
learning
foram
more, then I got
encaminhadas,
invited to
foram se
translate
encaminhando
his
nesse sentido.
letters, and
O
this
Van
is
Gogh
how
também
things
permite uma
started to
interlocução
go.
com um público não especializado, muito grande.
Van Gogh
né,
also allows for interaction with
as
a
pessoas se interessam muito pelo Van
non-specialized
Gogh.
audience because
Basta
people
ver
are
o número
really
de visitantes que
interested in
passam
Van
pelo
Gogh.
Museu Van Gogh todo ano.
Think about the number of
É
visitors that the Van Gogh Museum gets
aqui
every single
fazendo
year.
dando palpite, mas eu acho que ele nunca imaginou isso.
And
né,
of course,
que ia
this
ter uma
is just a
celebridade
hunch, but I don't
internacional,
think
falando
he ever
sobre
thought
arte e tal.
that he would be an
E ser
international
pesquisador
celebrity.
brasileiro é curioso, né? Porque
And you were talking about my
eu
being
não
a
me
Brazilian
considero
researcher.
exatamente pesquisador só,
You know,
né?
I find this
Somente pesquisador de Van Gogh.
interesting.
Mas,
I don't
sobretudo,
see myself as
pensando,
a Van Gogh
sobretudo do ponto de vista
researcher
do mestrado,
only,
essa relação que a gente estava
but
conversando
when we
antes,
think about a
dessa
master's
circulação dos
degree,
objetos. Claro, eu sou pesquisador do Van Gogh.
we need to
Depois,
think about the
hoje não mais
movement of
pesquiso
objects.
diretamente o
Of
Van Gogh,
course, I
mas
do my research on Van Gogh, not
assunto
exclusively,
pelo qual me
but this is a
interesso muito.
part of my
Mas
background, and this is
também
something I'm
sempre
really
pensei,
interested in.
Isabela, o Van Gogh no Brasil. Para mim era isso. O que
But listen,
significam essas
Isabella,
obras
I
aqui?
also
Para
try
mim,
to
essa
look at Van
dimensão
Gogh in Brazil.
dessas obras no país,
What
do
does it mean to
significado
have his works in our
dessa
country?
circulação desses objetos no país,
What's the
para mim
meaning
sempre
of
foi
moving these
elemento muito
objects
central
around Brazil?
e elemento
This has
que,
always
para
been
mim,
at
é o
its core
que
to me.
significa, é o que tem de contribuição, né, mais
To me, this is
importante, né?
the
Entender
contribution, the most
a
important
circulação desses
contribution.
objetos num primeiro momento, mas
We need to
também
understand
entender, né, e pensando o Van
how
Gogh como
these
tema da
objects
arte
exist
europeia
here.
ou da
And
história
we
da
can
arte
also
do
think about
Ocidente,
Van Gogh as
que em
a
grande
theme in
medida é um tema que
European
interessa
art
do
or
público
Western
amplo e das
art.
pessoas e que
Of
permite que a
course,
gente fale sobre
audiences
a
are
arte
widely
como um todo, né,
interested in
inclusive a
this,
arte
and it
não
allows for
ocidental,
us to talk
e
about
lhe dá
art,
fundamentos
including
do
non-Western
ponto de vista
art.
da relação, né, como dos
We could
grandes
also
nomes da arte
explore
ocidental.
concepts of
Então, eu acho que a
relationship as the
contribuição também vai
biggest
nesse
owners of
sentido de
Western art.
pensar como pesquisador brasileiro interessado em grande
So,
tema,
as a Brazilian
que
researcher, I think I
se
have the
especializa, né,
opportunity of
interessado em grande
thinking
tema
about
de uma
this
história
big
da arte do
topic.
Ocidente, assim como, não sei,
It is a
especialista
part of the
um
history
filósofo
of
alemão
art
in the Western communities. And we also see like German experts or scholars who do research in Brazil. You know, I'm a Brazilian researcher researching an artist from a Western culture in Europe. It's interesting. And there's this specific contribution that I can have regarding what these objects mean here. My first degree was in economics. So I think about the development of Brazil in the 1950s and how Brazil wanted to have big institutions. I think bringing these works to MASP, building MASP, or having folklore art with Nina means that we were trying to find a path that maybe wasn't the path that we followed, but many things happened because of these intentions. So studying Van Goghs in Brazil has to do with that. It has to do with a project of a country that we had at a certain point. And we can think about our collection at MASP, our exhibits, how these works are related. This is what I'm interested in right now when it comes to Van Gogh. It'll always have to do with being Brazilian and thinking about Brazil and understanding these works and our relationship with them from the point of view of somebody who is from Brazil, from South America, who is looking at the world from this standpoint.
Perfeito, Felipe. Eu acho que, bom, até pensando no que você está falando, dessa perspectiva brasileira, né? Eu falei mais cedo do Mário Pedrosa.
You mentioned a Brazilian perspective, and we were mentioning Mario Pedrosa earlier in the day. And this reminds me of Lina's project. He proposes a third world perspective of art. Of course, he has very specific points. I'm talking about it in a very broad way, but it reminded me of that. And we must understand how this crosses us, how this touches our experience. Now we have one last question before we wrap up. It is a bit more subjective. Somebody said, I'd love to know Felipe's opinion on what our society has in common with Van Gogh's society. And in your opinion, why are these works still so valued? This is a good question. So the similarities between our societies, well, so many. Especially if we think about the time when he was there and there was, you know, Western capitalism and an art market. Everything is developing, of course, to what we see in modernity. Of course, the world is very different from what Van Gogh had. There's continuity in other aspects as well. But I would say that what may be changing in the 20th, if we think about the 20th century, is that society perhaps looked at artists as somebody with a special view of the world. If we think about artists in the social division of work, it's not as clear from mid-19th century onwards, because artists are the counterpoint of organized society based on a rational approach, based on technique. So in this sense, of course, there's a connection here, but Van Gogh died in 1890. And even though there are many similarities between our societies, lots of things have happened. We had the 2 world wars, we had decolonization efforts. I like the idea of a third world view of the world. I'm also freely using it now, but this does define my relationship with Van Gogh's works. It is a third world view, to quote Mario Pedrosa.
Perfeito, Felipe. Muito
Excellent,
obrigada
Felipe.
pela sua
Thank you so
participação aqui nesse
much.
seminário. A discussão foi
Thank you for
riquíssima.
being here
Eu
with us for
aproveito
this
para
seminar.
agradecer toda a equipe que trabalha nesse projeto, em
I'd
especial
like
nesse
to thank
seminário, a
everybody
equipe
who's
que está
working
fazendo a
in
nossa
this
transmissão no
project,
YouTube,
especially for
a
this
equipe de
specific
mediação em
seminar. We
programas
have our live
públicos, aos
streaming
intérpretes
team,
de
we have our
Libras
public
e aos
mediation and
tradutores
public program
simultâneos,
teams, we
e a
have
Laura
our
Cozebei, que mediou a
interpreters,
última mesa, e o
both for
Fernando
sign
Oliva,
language
que além de
and
mediar a
English,
primeira mesa, junto com o Adriano Pedrosa,
and we have
organizou
our
esse evento.
moderators and
Antes de encerrar, eu
Pedrosa
queria
organizing
lembrar
this
todos que
event.
esse seminário é elaborado
Before we
em
wrap up,
preparação para a
I'd like to say
exposição
that
do Van
we
Gogh,
are holding this seminar
Chama
in
Van Gogh
preparation
Delirante,
for
que
Van
acontecerá em
Gogh's
meados de
exhibit,
2027,
which we'll have
como parte da programação
in mid
anual do museu
2027
dedicada às
as a
histórias
part of
malucas
our
do
yearly
delírio.
program at the
Além disso, eu
museum
gostaria de
called
convidar
Delirious
todos
Van
para os
Gogh.
próximos seminários que o MASP vai
You're all
realizar.
invited
No
to
dia
our
5 de
upcoming
novembro, nós
seminars. On the
teremos
5th of
seminário dedicado
November,
ao
we're going to
artista
have a seminar
Jesus Rafael
dedicated
Soto,
to
que
Jesus
terá uma exposição
Rafael
no museu em
Soto.
2026, no ano de Histórias
We're
Latino-Americanas,
going to have an
e o
exhibit by
seminário
him
Histórias da
in
Loucura e do
2026
Delírio,
for Latin
organizado
American
pela pesquisadora
stories. And we're going to have
Cabanhas,
From
que
Madness to
acontecerá nos
Delirium with
dias
Carla
10 e
Cabañas
11 de
on the
dezembro.
10th and
É
11th
isso,
of
gente. Muito
December.
obrigada. Obrigada a todos que
Thank you
estiveram aqui
so,
nos
so
assistindo.
much. I really appreciate your attendance.